How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy first full week of the year. We're gonna start the day with some two-color Executor. I think is my plan. Foxy, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I like the look of this fighting build a lot. We're gonna start here, I think. Some of the trader details seem messy, but gotta figure those out. There's some good game theory here to be had. If you don't mind, what weight does content creation have on determining the decks you play in tournaments? I think the biggest weight content creation has on my tournament deck selection is mostly I'm probably not going to play repeats. Like, I'd probably run the Blastoise deck back at some point sooner than I inevitably will, but we already had a good run with that, so I don't really want to potentially get another good run. So there's more value from the content side of getting a good run with something else I haven't posted a good run with as of yet. Crack our free pack this morning. Or two? Do I have one of each? I might have one of each, actually. But, like, even if I wasn't making content, I wouldn't be playing, like, stock tier 1 decks in tournaments. That's not the type of thing I've ever found fun. I'd argue running the Blastoise deck and getting another good finish would be good content. Yeah, but the YouTube video wouldn't perform well, most assuredly. Posting repeat deck highlights are the same thing within less than a month of each other, generally speaking, tends to stifle the metrics. I might end up playing the Blastoise deck again just because, but got other things I want to explore in the meantime, in between time. If I, like, genuinely don't like anything else I'm working on, I could see a run back, but if I've got other things that I think could be remotely reasonable, I'm going to play new things instead. Vicara, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. We played a Pidgeot Drudagon deck, was it Thursday? That's okay, I think we went 2-2. I'll probably have a highlight at some point. I don't know. The card just doesn't... Pidgeot EX feels like the type of card that's worse the better your opponents are. Because better opponents are going to play in a way that make it do less damage. Is like the TLDR. Aerodactyl, Hitmonlee decks punish Blastoise if played right. Sure, but like too often, like, and I don't know if people are just like being actually nerds or if they just truly don't understand how brewing competitive decks works in games like Pokemon Pocket. But like, you're never gonna build a deck and have a good matchup into everything. In fact, if you build a deck and it has a good matchup into everything, it's just gonna be a deck that all you do is play mirror matches with because it's the best deck and the game's not balanced. Like, it always makes me eye roll when someone's like, deck that you, like, I'll talk about how a deck feels like it has decent matchups into, like, 3 of the 5 popular things in the format, and then the nerds come out and are like, but Jeff, it's bad against these other 2 things. It's like, yeah, that's how card games work. You pick the matchups you want to be strong into, and then you punt the matchups that you don't. Any recommendations for the upcoming 5 wins event? Like, literally just any good deck. Pokemon Nerd, thank you for Thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. The five win event isn't like markedly different than anything else. So just any of the roundups of reasonable good decks or things that are fine to play. I would like a little egg. I mean, for what it's worth here, I think the people that are now piping up in chat thinking they're smart, like posting the opposite extreme, are also very silly. Like, no, playing games of Pokemon Pocket is not the equivalent of playing competitive rock, paper, scissors. They are in fact just different. And there's agency and some amount of variance in there. But it's like, my point is, if you're like, this deck has a 40% matchup into other meta thing, it's like, yeah, that's gonna happen. It's okay to have a 40% matchup into some of the things if you have, you know, 55 or 60% matchups into a variety of others. Hats, thank you for the 79 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Burn this fighting energy off, and then flip aheads and end this game, huh? Play some more basics, opponent. It's good for the soul. What's going on, Cost? Good morning. Far-fetched superior is a unique combination of things. Unfortunate to get cracked by a leak here, but it is what it is. Definitely couldn't have envisioned we were playing around a far-fetched. I suppose maybe we're supposed to potion the Hitmonlee because the stage 1 here deals 50. Hey, the fossil is nice. Orlon, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Might not ironically be dead to double Sabrina Farfetch'd. Dramatis, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Well, I mean, that gets us another execute. Do you think the stock Mewtwo list needs to innovate to deal with Gyarados? I think the Mewtwo decks probably just keep doing what they're doing, which is just accept the fact that they have a bad Gyarados matchup and that they're good into most of the rest of the field. It's kind of exactly what we were talking about while brewing, right? Like, even top decks do that, where, like, you know, they just have matchups where they're not perfect into, and that's A-okay. The Gyarados deck actually had a marked downtick in popularity this past week in the meta report. I would be surprised if it ever gets too much more popular than it already is. Well, I don't have another grass energy in sight, but I'm also never going to have a window to put this up and use the growth spurt on it, so we'll just get it evolved for now. Might as well. This is the second time I said something in chat and then I felt like an idiot for trying to engage in conversation about a game. I mean, if you feel less smart after a comment that you made gets dissected and I explain that it doesn't make sense, maybe the problem is the fact that you keep making statements that when dissected don't really seem to make sense. I didn't call you any names or make anything personal about it, but if you're going to make comments in my chat and then not expect them to get dissected, and for me to articulate how I feel about them, you're kind of in the wrong spot. I don't know, if you just want to like post stuff into a void and have people tell you that you're smart and everything that you post is right and valid, like you're in the wrong spot, my bud. What did you miss? I have anything noteworthy. People just made a silly statement about how meta games and meta decks work, and I was like, well, that's not really true. And then I articulated why it wasn't true. And apparently their feelings are hurt now. Yes, it was a comment from the YouTube side. I think we're probably dead here. They hit their Ericas early. This matchup's actually the concern I have with this deck. Is we're so scuffed into these other grass decks that have Erica to sustain. I'm gonna be honest, bud. I don't really have any interest in, like, bickering with you. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove you from the chat. I'll move on with my life, and you should probably move on with yours, too. You should find your joy. You should check out Thursday's stream, Jonathan. We played Pidgeot EX with Drudagon then. Caterpie Snivy, eh? No fossil in sight. We've got Executor number 3 to get evolved here next turn, which is nice. All right, eggs. I would like 1 scramble, please. Good night, little caterpillar. Husky Pete, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. There's been a few questions in chat for people asking me like what kind of off-meta decks I like. You should definitely check out the new decks roundup for this morning on the Pocket channel. It's a weekly thing where we highlight things that are a little off the beaten path that are finding some success. A chance that they end up being bad, but also a chance that they end up being reasonable. Papa Pros, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I do not envision playing any Venusaur on the stream. I think while Venusaur can be good, it tends to be pretty boring in my experience. It does not make my brain feel smart while I play it. I'll go ahead and swap back to the EX Executor here and try and clear this Servine with the heads. Jeff says the deck's probably bad to grass deck and then accuses another grass deck. Well, one of the nice things about Executor and why it's so powerful is that even when your matchups are bad, you can still just like hit a heads or two and like run them out of the game like we did there. So I would bet that like if the opponent's Venusaur deck got fully online, we're probably never beating it. But like Executor is phenomenal because a lot of the time you just like clear them out before they get online. Rolling, thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hey, Jeff, do you play Pokemon Live too? I played a little bit of the Pokemon client that existed before TCG Live, but never loaded up TCG Live. I like the regular Pokemon card game, but making content here on the internet is how I feed my kids and put a roof over their head, and there really just aren't content metrics for the regular Pokemon TCG. It's one of the reasons why I was excited for Pocket to hit, because it's a game that has some actual content metrics behind it, so I could focus on it. Do you think it's viable to run Gyarados without Misty? You're asking the wrong question there. So I think you could definitely win plenty of games with Gyarados without playing the card Misty. However, playing Misty gets you a number of free wins, and I would be very surprised if your deck is optimal without her. Misty's the type of card where even if she does nothing a chunk of the time, there's a big chunk of the time where she just like wins the game on the spot. All right, if we could dodge double Dizzy Punch, we get Executor EX down and start swinging here. Fioris, thanks for the brand new primer. How many Pokemon and support cards should be in a deck? You want to have 5 or 6 basic Pokemon in your deck. And then how many item cards and support cards you play after that depends on how many Pokemon slots you need for those 5 to 6 basics. So you don't want to think about locking yourself into a specific number of basics as much as you want to think about or a specific number of Pokemon. You want to think, okay, these are the basics I want to play, and this is what it takes to support them, if that makes sense. Any predictions on how trading will work? I expect you won't be able to trade the newest set of cards, and I expect you'll only be able to trade 3rd+ copies of cards. Misty will be reworked. Nope. I assume we will see no card text changes in this game. They'll either power creep or ban them. Fiorius, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. We really need a, we really need an Erica here before this Tauros comes up. I think they'll restrict trading to a certain account level. Sure, that might happen too. I think restricting you to only trade 3rd+ copies of cards probably has a similar effect, though. They basically just need some kind of restriction so people can't roll infinite accounts to get free cards on their main. Yeah, I don't currently have any plans in the short term to go back to making Snap content. The Pocket numbers have been good. I've been having a lot of fun playing Pocket. And if my Twitch sub count remains reasonable, which is my primary source of income, I intend to focus on Pocket for the time being. Life's short, so if I can play a game for my job that doesn't bring me endless frustration, we're going to focus on that rather than slamming my head into the Marvel Snap wall. I don't know how I'm feeling on this 2-color deck, gamers. Not having a big attacker behind Executor feels kind of bad. And 2 colors of energy. Feeling like it always does, for lack of a better term. A magical cow. Thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Brolic. Thank you for the 21 months. Alright, that gets me my other execute. Which is nice. How do we feel about leaf this out and then choose some of these a little bit? I think I like it. I'm definitely playing this. I think I'm putting this out for good measure. I think it's this. And I suppose I could even put the execute up if I wanted a just growth spurt, because I don't have anything that can attack it next turn meaningfully, because they can't Leaf and Giovanni. I'm gonna do this actually. Squid Dynamite, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. And the fact that I have Baby Executor here actually makes us better into their Tauros that's primed to the back line here, yeah? Isabas, thank you for the almost 5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Vralik with the 21. Good morning, good morning. Magical Cow with the 1.5 years. A lot of old timers in with the new folks this morning. It's been great to see a mix of folks while we enjoy some Pocket. Baby Executor is such a solid addition to these eggs decks. I really think you want one of it alongside your 2 EXs a lot of the time. In addition to having counterplay against things like Tauros, just having a thing that only gives up 1 knockout point to start tends to provide a lot of value. I I really hope they focus more on the battle part of Pockets. Yeah, I actually feel the opposite. I feel like they've kind of got us in a good spot in terms of how much they're focused or not on battles in Pocket. I hope that they kind of leave it how it is. I think one of the really brilliant parts of Pocket's entire system designs is that you have the option to sit here and play games if you want to play games, but also if you're just like not feeling it, it's okay and you could just log in and collect your packs every day. I think from my perspective at least, the one thing I would like to see in terms of more broad support is I would like to see a way to direct challenge best of 3 where the person who loses the game gets to pick who goes first or second in the next game. But other than that, I think like adding things like ranked or making people play PvP when they don't want to, I think that would be a pretty big mistake overall. Like, I think ranked would make the game markedly less fun for a lot of people and would cause a lot of burnout. Yeah, spectator mode would be nice. I wouldn't say no to a spectator mode. Poker Face, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, there's a ton of quality life improvements they could do. A ton of quality of life improvements they could do to the deck editor. Like, I could probably write you a 2-page document of things that would make the deck editor better. It's a really underdeveloped feature for sure. This game's actually had a lot of back and forth today. We're looking a little scuffed at the start, but maneuvered around to an all right spot here, in large part due to the baby Executor letting us mitigate what their Tauros does. Can you full free-to-play in this game without a huge grind? So the answer to that question is kind of. So there's a booster pack economy in this game. So if you're less picky about what exactly you're playing, it's very reasonable to free-to-play, but like building a very specific deck is kind of high variance because you don't have control over which cards you're opening. But again, one of the nice things is if you're someone who doesn't want to grind bad decks and just wants to chill, or you don't have time to log in and play every day, being free to play optimal in this game literally requires 60 seconds a day. It's log in, open your packs, and like move on with your life. There's no chores to do. You only need to play the game when you want to play the game. That is how games should be. That's how they used to be during my childhood. Played games for fun, and then they weren't fun, we didn't. We've had a lot of requests for particular decks today. There are some days where I take viewer deck submissions. That'll be in the stream title when we do. On days like today, especially if I've got a tournament coming up and I'm looking for a deck to play, we're going to play things that I want to play. Just to save you some keystrokes. So, they need to retreat the Druidigon at this point. Nice red card, sure. Oh man, it's wild that gamers still have room for those at this point. Did you ever play Magic since you stopped streaming it? Nope, never. I stopped streaming Magic because Magic's not a game that I enjoy playing anymore. Wizards of the Coast makes a different game than I used to like playing. Misclicked through their attack there. That's unfortunate. We have an otherwise pretty interesting game. We outgrind another budding expeditioner. I don't know. They have 0 knockout points currently. So maybe. You know, honestly, it might just be they're through both their copies of Potion. I was thinking about retreating to the Hitmonlee anyways. Yeah, I think we just Hitmonlee twice, yeah? I think they're on the 0 outer from here. What did you invest in the game to get all the higher rare cards? One thing I'd like to correct about your verbiage there is that nothing I spend on Pokemon Pocket is an investment. This is not a Roth IRA or a 401k that I'm going to use to retire with someday in a perfect world. All of the money I spend on Pokemon Pocket is me setting money on fire for the purpose of finding joy. So you definitely should not. Yeah, or it's a business expense. Still none of those are an investment. The money you spend on games like Pokemon Pocket is you trading money, hopefully for joy and having fun. How many total cards do you have? Like 10,000? Way too many. Way too many. Spent a good chunk of change on the game. Think probably somewhere in the $1,000 range with the 2 sets now. Mostly from chasing shiny 2-star things. And even then, pivoting to Tauros here, they're still just dead. The Hitmonlee can kick or the Aerodactyl could clear them out. It was a heck of a grind. All right. Do I want to give this one more of a try? I think I want to give this one more of a try. Let's, we need to take a brief pause for the cause. So I like to make sure adverts on Twitch don't interrupt gameplay, because I think it's super rude when ads roll over the top of the game. So, throw the deck list up here on screen. We're going to take a brief 2-minute ad break on Twitch, and I'll tap the button on YouTube as well. We're going to play some more of this. Our tournament kicks off in about 2 hours. I'm leaning towards playing this, but we'll see what else we do between now and then. If you open any crowd rares, yeah, I have all 4 of the crowd rares. Opened a lot of booster packs. Have all the crowd rares, all the immersives, etc. The dark deck ever get its day? It did not. Maybe we'll do that at some point. I don't know. I haven't decided, Cube Donor. I got 2 hours to figure that out. Where are the full art Ericas? Yeah, they're towards the top of my trading list when trading goes live. I have 0 EX Executors and almost 600 packs. Yikes. Do you think luck coin flip based decks are too strong Or do you like it this way with Misty, Celebi, Executor? I think the only thing that's too strong, or maybe too weak, is the statistical understanding of people that don't get that every deck's a coin flip deck. Floki, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Welcome back. The number one thing Pokemon Pocket has taught me is that the average card gamer has basically zero understanding of where variance occurs in all the other card games that they play. Even the decks in Pokemon Pocket that don't have coins on any of the cards still have a lot of what we call implicit coin flips constantly. People think just because the card says literally flip a coin on it, that means that the card's gonna be high variance, or higher variance, I guess I should say, than some of the alternatives. But a card like Executor is actually super consistent, right? Like the more coins you're flipping over the course of a thing, the more likely you are to end up at the end of it all with something that's pretty statistically average on the bell curve. And like you'll have some extremes sometimes, but just because a card doesn't say literally flip a coin doesn't mean it's low variance. Like take the Mewtwo deck, for example, right? Like Mewtwo's a tier 1 deck that has no cards that actually flip coins in it. However, it's a deck that depends on getting a stage 2 Pokemon online for its most powerful draws. Getting a stage 2 online is a high variance endeavor. Quiznet, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Got an egg, but I don't have a grass energy. Spoon Gino, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Ooh, the Aerodactyl here is actually really good into a Venipede lead. It's Primeval Law ability about to be super relevant this game for us, hopefully. Exacto, thank you for the over a year and a half. Welcome back. Spack, thank you for the 7 months. As a former Magic player, people often ask me why I play Pocket with all the coin flipping, and I'm like, okay. As someone who's been part of a lot of TCG communities over the years, Magic the Gathering players are easily the ones who are the most in denial about how skill testing the game they enjoy playing is. They absolutely think Magic the Gathering is the biggest brain thing you could possibly be playing, while simultaneously being incredibly ignorant of all the implicit variance that occurs in every single game you play. I'd go so far as to say Magic the Gathering is probably the highest variance card game I've ever played. And for people who aren't familiar with my background, Magic content was my... nice, yep. Good night, Dark Deck. Enjoy Aerodactyl. For people who aren't familiar with my background, I primarily made Magic the Gathering content for a decade. Top 8 in a lot of 100 and 1,000 plus player Magic the Gathering tournaments. I've played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, but not a ton. As someone who used to hop on an airplane and fly across the country only to lose round 1 to not drawing my 3rd land drop on turn 3, you know. Pocket's pretty low variance in comparison. What do you think EX Executor and Pidgeot EX? That's probably fine. Probably doesn't have very good tools into the Gyarados matchup, but Egg's a good lead. You can pair it with most things. You ever played Paper Pokemon TCG? Feels like you can control your luck better with that game. Yeah, counterpoint, I actually think Paper Pokemon is one of the more low variance card games you can play. In no small part due to the incredible amount of, like, card and deck searching that you have. What is best against Gyarados? Decks with Hitmonlee and Zebstrika have very good Gyarados matchups. You want to be able to attack that fish while it's on the bench. I've played a little bit of the traditional Pokemon VGC type battles, but the fact that it's so obtuse and difficult to build decks in those games kept me from playing too much more of them. I really liked the mechanics of building teams and battling in Pokemon VGC, but I absolutely hate the fact that it's like many tedious hours to actually like brew and test your own teams. I just don't have the bandwidth to want to be able to do that, so it means I just don't play. There's the Aerodactyl I wanted for Christmas. That's why Pokemon Showdown exists. Yeah, as someone who wants to do content as a job, using third-party things like Pokemon Showdown, if I want to ever periodically work with the Pokemon company, is a pretty big no-no. I assume they're gonna retreat this out and crack us with the Rapidash here. Surprised they left the Moltres up. I guess we just take the crack here. I don't know if I want this to be another EX or a BB yet, so I think we chill on that for now. And even if they retreat this out next turn, if we miss, I have Hitmonlee that can clean it up after the fact. Cam Joe, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Hey, Destiny, thank you for the 20 months. It's a long time. Welcome back. Hey, Dave, my Monday is going swell. Thanks for the 32. We're choosing not to hit my Executor. That seems good for me. And with them not having an evolution here, Sabrina just cleans the game up. Get the guaranteed 80 on the Land Crush. Have you done a tournament where you change your energy zone based on the matchup? I've not, Izart. This is a deck that you might want to do that with, though. Like, against Gyarados, you probably play only fighting energy, so your Hitmonlees are more consistent, because you can make grass with basic execute. Why do you play Grass Energy in this deck? Because one of the most powerful things to do with Execute and Executor is be able to attack with it on the third turn of the game, right when you evolve. So you want to be able to do that some amount of the time. My favorite legendary dog, Suicune. Love a little growth spurt here. Do you feel like matchmaking is based on theoretical strengths of decks? No, not remotely. There's some that's based on your account level, although probably not a lot based on how it pairs me. And then I would assume there's some type of internal MMR where it tries to judge your strength as a player based on games that you've already played. It's pretty typical in games like this. Opponent not having an X speed or a leaf and having to give up their first energy to retreat here puts them really far behind. Lethal Llamas, thank you for the 15 months. Do you ever play any meta decks? I do not. I'd recommend Ursi Day or Spyro ZA if you're looking for people that are just going to hang out and play best decks constantly. I do not find joy in playing stock good decks. The part of card games that I personally find fun is optimizing and finding new things. We have that. Crack them for 80 again. Sorry. Executor, crack it under the pressure. Do you get better ad revenue per viewer on YouTube or Twitch? Definitely Twitch. YouTube ad revenue is better for archived content after the fact. Twitch revenue is better for live content. Are we switching Celebies here? No, we're just cracking some more. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll take an Erica. We'll slide this Grass Energy on the other Execute, just so. It's guaranteed since we don't have another one coming up. Even if we were to brick on this Tropical Swing, this would be going to 20, and our Hitmonlee would be able to clean it later, so I think we're going to be fine either way there. The last mainline Pokemon game I played was Sword and Shield. But if I'm being honest, I'm a pretty lazy millennial, and RPG games that don't have full voice acting in 2024, 2025 don't really hold my attention super well. Do this to start, see where we end up at. Do I want to crack with Executor, or do I want to switch to the Aerodactyl? If I switch to the Aerodactyl, it forces them to have a second Erica to not be dead the following turn, and they would have to hit 3 coins out of 6 to clear it, which I think is good for me. All right, with them having the second Erica, I probably need them to not clear the Aerodactyl this turn. Need 2 out of 6 here. Perfect. Nice Pokemon pocket card, really. Can see why people choose to play this one in tournaments after that sequence. Yeah, so I thought. Feel like it takes a certain type of person to want to play that type of deck in a tournament setting. Lord knows my heart couldn't take it. Hey, Hulk, thanks for the 25 months. Welcome back. If they have their egg and hit ahead, we could be in trouble here. Hey, Shoebox, thanks for the 25. Someone asked, why are we not playing X speed in this deck? Your Executor often has 2 energy on it anyways, because, there's only 20 cards I'm allowed to play, and I have to cut something else. I think Leaf's definitely better than X-Speed. I don't think I have room to play 3+ copies of that effect while still playing the other cards I want. You'd have to give up something like Erica, who's pretty good. Is Leaf the best card in Mythical Island? 100%. Leaf is the best card in Mythical Island. I don't think it's close. There's some discussion to be had about the second best card, but the first one is definitely Leaf. Yeah, I think them scrambling us on the first coin there means we're dead, but give it the old college try here at the very least. This Sabrina might be a saving grace. We get a knockout point back guaranteed. I mean, with me attacking with an EX Pokemon anyways, them taking a knockout point here seems fine. Why go for the point last turn instead of pressuring the big egg? Because I think I lose the game on the spot if they have a second Executor. So I think I'm largely just want to make sure that's not an option. I died a second Sabrina plus a heads, but especially with that being on 2 knockout points, I think I want to save this to potentially be an EX Executor here. Them having Erica, we're probably going to need either an Executor of our own or for them to brick on some of these coins. See if we could draw one of our 2 EX eggs here. Yeah, 2 EX eggs and a Professor. First brick on this coin is very good for us. Gives us breathing room to find something else here. Here's just more draws to find something else there. Now they need another Erica. And we still have a draw at our EX Executor ourselves. Double Potion gets them over the hump if they have room for 2 of those. We could see energy into retreat here and then put the superior up and crack us for 70. I only have 1 knockout point right now, so them giving up superior as a knockout seems fine for them. Fits in the Fool. Thank you for the over 1.5 years. Welcome back. Yep, this play makes sense. I need an EX egg next turn, because I'm going to have to switch to this and evolve it, and I would really prefer it be an EX. Perfection. Perfection. We'll be dead to second copy of Sabrina at any point, but hopefully we can dodge a wrench. What's our ideal draw here? We really want to draw Old Amber into second Aerodactyl EX, I think is our ideal setup. That way we can afford to play around a second Erica at some point in the future. If they have Erica, Potion, and a Stage 2, what are the odds they fit a second Sabrina in the 20? Hopefully really low. All right, 1 heads over 2 turns here. Feels good to get it up front. They're going to get to crack us for 90 this turn, down to 50. But then I'm going to get to go back up to 100 with Erica. And we'll take our second point. I assume there's a Celebi lurking in their deck somewhere with the Superior. We're trying to decide if they want to crack us forward. Did they already play their energy? They did not, right? Can't see. I really wish this waiting for opponent didn't cover critical information. Alright. Is there any downside to doing this turn? If I do this turn, they could put this up and hit me for 70 down to 50, and then I'd go up to 100 next turn. So I think that's fine. I really want to get the other Aerodactyl set up if possible here. Unlucky. This fossil in the bottom 3. Yeah, they can't KO me next turn, and I don't think they can KO me in 2 turns, would be the concern. And if they put the Superior up to crack us this turn, either of these were a coin flip to clear. Oh, yeah, we won't even need a coin flip because we have Aerodactyl on deck. That's true. So they're just dead if they don't have a Celebi here or something with more than 80. Waiting for the opponent to return. Can I get a wellness check on the opponent's phone? Anyone out there? Wellness check on the opponent's phone.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Aerodactyl, clean him out here. For people saying I should have potioned the Aerodactyl to play around Sabrina, they literally had a Superior that could attack for 70 on their bench. Just so we're clear. All right, I think this deck's growing on me the more that I play it. Let's take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch adverts roll. I think we're gonna do one more segment with this, and then I think I want to try the Greninja Executor deck a little bit as well. I'll probably submit one of these 2-color builds for the tournament today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate it. How do you feel about the Schrader split? No super strong feelings. Sabrina's been kind of hit or miss. It was fine in that last game. I think your Sabrina and your Potion are probably the slots you could play with. I'm pretty confident you want Erica and Leaf. What matchup is rough for Egg? I really don't think Egg has any truly terrible matchups. It's a card where you hit a couple of heads in a row and you're going to run a lot of things down. Big thoughts. Thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Yeah, if your YouTube Premium, your part of your premium membership that you pay for gets paid out to creators that you watch over the course of the month. Come Eat Pizza. Thank you for the 70-month resubscription. I appreciate the almost 6 years. Welcome back. If you're an Alakazam Weezing, not since Mythical Island released, but don't know that it really got any new tools in there aside from, like, Leaf. 2 on Sesh, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Gyarados Greninja feels hard for my egg decks. Well, this build's playing Hitmonlee for that reason. Basically, any deck that has Hitmonlee or Zebstrika tends to have a good Gyarados matchups, and decks that don't. The Gyarados deck has a very polarized matchup table. Literally, the only deck with a close to 50-50 matchup into the Gyarados Greninja deck is Charizard, because Charizard can clear Greninja in one, or Gyarados in one, but it doesn't always get set up in time to do so. Yeah, I'm also off Snap Pizza. It's a culmination of things. I actually think Snap's gameplay right now is, like, pretty okay. I wouldn't call it great, but I'd call it pretty okay. But the Marvel Snap community as a whole, even the bits that frequent here, are, like, pretty negative and hostile towards the game in second dinner on average right now. And it gets really pretty draining, like, even when I'm enjoying Snap content, to, like, have people constantly just complaining about second dinner and the economy and other stuff surrounding the game that aren't gameplay related. It's nice to be able to post a deck highlight or a deck roundup for Pokemon Pocket and not just have, like, half the comments be people complaining that they can't build the decks because of the economy. Alright, let's play a couple more with this. I'm leaning towards playing our 2-color pile for this afternoon's tournament. Got about hour 45 till that starts. It goes up at noon Central. So I got a minute. But, we've got some Executors gamers. Would you choose to go first for this deck if you had the choice? I don't know the answer to that question. I try not to spend brain power thinking about things that aren't really relevant to my everyday life. You, Alakazam. Alakazam's pretty mediocre against our deck. None of our things get one shot by it when they're fully set up. Wide Space, thanks for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Rewarded for not evolving this, because now I get to retreat it for one when I don't have grass to evolve an attack. They could be a Budding Expeditioner build with 2 copies of Mew, which would buy them a lot of time here. At the very least, I expect we'll see this Mew retreat. Really like a Hitmonlee or a Fossil here. I assume they're just going to use this Mew as a punching bag and build up Kadabra. No, they're going to hit me. Okay. I must not have Alakazam on deck then. Now that this one has energy, we can go ahead and evolve it. I think I'm just Erica here. I lose 10 points of healing value on this play, but there's value in just like using my supporter for the turn. Although I suppose maybe we're supposed to Sabrina there because the heads would threaten to knock out either of these. Not that we hit that anyways. Well, I guess we'll start doing this. I suppose I'm gonna Sabrina to maybe take a knockout point on the Abra, because if they're gonna put the Abra up, and if we hit heads and take a knockout point, it means the Hitmonlee draw is lethal at any point because of the Mew sitting on 10. There are 2 fossils in my deck. We have my bottom 8 cards here are 2 fossils, 2 Pokeballs, a Hitmonlee, a Research, and then 2 other cards. Lima, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Going on, Oribobo. Thank you as well. Making content here on the internet's my full-time job, and those Prime subs are a big part of why that's possible. Thanks for keeping me around. I think those are the funniest comments to me. Someone just posted a "you lost a sub today" message in chat, and they literally never subscribed to the channel on Twitch. That's so funny. I mean, one, it's like not an this isn't an airport. You don't have to announce your departure if you're leaving for some reason, but to say you lost a sub when you don't actually sub is like just like extra weird gamer behavior. I'll never understand the mindset of people who like go on the internet and like post easily verifiable lies. Maybe it's just the type of person I'm in, but it happens so frequently. Hey, thanks, Ribu. Sending some dollar dues from Jeff Bezos to me. Lost a Jimmy John sub. I'd be pretty upset if I lost a Jimmy John sub. I like me a sandwich. Sandwiches are great. Oh, you know what? Putting energy on this makes us worse into the Alakazam, yeah? Is a interesting thought. They have 0 knockout points right now, though, so we should be fine with drawing the Hitmonlee. No, this is fine. If they go Alakazam, retreat, we just go Hitmonlee, put energy on it, and then Stretch Kick, clear the Mew. They need, like, double potion or to Budding Exposition this back to not be dead here. Have we hit heads with eggs yet this match? I think we hit 1 heads. I think we hit 1 heads when we were attacking this. That's fine. Executor EX is good in large part because you don't need to hit constant heads with it. Opponent making a pretty big mistake here, not playing through. So I made a mistake by putting a second energy on this in the Alakazam matchup. Oh my goodness, they have red card. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. Everything worked out. I, for one, am shocked that my opponent's red card did functionally nothing. And that's just like one for the history books, right? Like, they red carded 6 or 7 cards out of my hand, and I still just ultimately have the card that still beats them. Like, I don't like, it's just, truly the fact that this card still sees play is so incredibly puzzling. Just stretch right on back here and knock this out. Oh, gamers. Yeah, the deck sizes are so small in this game, it just really doesn't. Red card is just so mediocre. Thanks for the red card. I think it's really funny in games like that last one where I articulated that I made a small mistake that put me behind in the game, and then my opponent made a small mistake. And then someone in chat will be like, well, you only won because your opponent made a mistake. It's like, yeah, we both made some mistakes. That's how card games work. People are rarely playing perfectly. I'm going to make some slip-ups. They're going to make some slip-ups. Hey, Kid Hunter, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. Hey, Sephiroth, thank you for the over year and a half. Welcome back. Happy New Year to you, too. Have a growth spurt, little egg. Oh, do they have a Giovanni as their last card? This card, dealing 40 for one's actually kind of all right. It's a shame we're one turn late on this and can't lock them out of evolving this turn. Hey, Hunter, hope you're staying safe wherever you're at with the snow. We didn't get quite as much where I live as they were predicting, but still got a little bit of a dusting. If they don't have their stage 2 on curve here, Aerodactyl's going to jack them up next turn, but if they have their stage 2 deal 80, we could be in trouble if we don't find a Sabrina, or Erica, sorry. I was looking at Sabrina. Energy in the back is real good for the home team. Are we retreating here? Out of curiosity, you played a lot more pocket tournaments compared to games like Arena and Snap. I played in plenty of Arena tournaments. Marvel Snap doesn't have any tournaments. Keep the Hitmonlee in hand right now for Keeping the mine jacket bay. Does regular Executor just function as a poor man's third EX? Yeah, you just want to evolve your egg as early as possible, as consistently as possible. So there's some spots, like against opposing copies of Tauros, for example, where having a non-EX has value, but generally speaking, you're only playing this out in the games where you don't have an EX queued up, just because you really want to hit that stage 1 as fast as possible. There's Florges here. I'm gonna Sabrina them. And take a knockout on one of their backline Pokemon here, I think. Oh, goody. So I think without healing queued up, we just do this and we land crush this. And I assume with them putting the energy on here, they must have another one of their stage 2s, yeah? Oh, not yet, huh? Sounds lovely. A research could change that. Only 5 cards left in their deck. Looking for Ericas and basics on our side at this point. Oh, they can't evolve their active even if they had this issue. Yeah, that's true. So if they had it, they have to lead into this. It's a good call out. What's going on, Furry boy? Good morning, good morning. Energy here. Erica's a lovely draw, even if she's not the basic we really wanted. I think they're a Budding Expeditioner, and that's why they put the Mew up. Could be. I don't think there's any value in potioning here just yet. We can chill on that for the time being. Yep, there's the Florges. This card's actually pretty good against our style of deck. This card tends to be bad against the meta decks, because a lot of the meta decks are killing all of your stuff in one shot, but we're choosing to play things that are a little bit more grindy with these 80-point hits. We'll swap this around with the potion here. That's going to take them 3 hits with Florges to clear the Executor out. That Tails means we can't threaten lethal next turn, though. Alright, so I need 1 heads over our next 2 coins here in order to clear this. We could see them retreat this out to the Behem. I haven't played any copies of Leaf yet, so we're 40% to draw one of those. So if they swap to the Behem and crack us down to 50, and we draw Leaf, we can swap to this other Executor and get attacking with that one. I think we evolve this for now. We do this. Hitting heads on that means our follow-up Executor gets to clear it out, which is nice. We're hoping for a fighting energy underneath this one so we can get the second Aerodactyl queued up and ready to go. So this Executor is going down. We have another ready to go. I guess they can retreat back to the other one and shuffle around a little bit. All right, like one of your finest fighting energies, please, deck. Rip. I'm through all of my healing at this point. But they also don't have any big damage dealers left. Hitmonlee time. Maybe we need to find a fighting energy. If they hit double heads on the Mew, we could be in trouble. Huh. They have second Sabrina. This line makes sense if they have second Sabrina. My last two cards are 2 copies of Leaf, yeah? Our lack of fighting energy might lose us this game. We are dead to second copy of Sabrina as well here. What are their last 2 cards? Probably utility cards. Yeah, could be another Sabrina. Wouldn't be surprised to see like Giovanni or another. They've only played 1 X speed. I bet one of these is an X speed, and the other one could be a dealer's choice. Would playing Hitmonlee save you from Sabrina? No, they have a Florges on their bench, gamers. So if I play the Hitmonlee out, they do the old switcheroo and then clear it with their bench Pokemon. My goodness, opponent conceded. Oh my gosh, we ground them out. Holy. Would have won sooner if we'd have had the fighting energy, but it was solid. I think I'm leaning towards playing this one in the noon tournament. Got about an hour and some change. I'll play the other 2-color egg deck I like for a little bit, and then maybe we'll make a decision after. Well, I think we'll play an execute deck today, and then maybe tomorrow we'll dork around with Druidigon decks. Do you keep track of wins with decks like this when you're testing for a tournament? No, I actually think one of the worst things you could do for your tournament testing is focus on your specific results. I think if the only reason you could tell me why a deck is good is how many games you won with it over a given session, you don't understand how to evaluate a deck. No individual single player is going to generate a statistically significant sample size to draw a pure data-driven conclusion off of what you should be doing from just one person's play rate. A quote I'm fond of is, being good at card games is the art of coming to meaningful conclusions from statistically insignificant sample sizes. All right, Misty says we could maybe play a game, but I do really need a Froakie and an Executor here. Zephiel, thanks for the 14 months. Yeah, that's even more true in the random queue. It isn't even true. Any queue in any of these types of games in general always tend to have a pretty wide spread on what your opponents are going to be playing. And that's true at Pokemon Pocket too. A lot of the decks you play in the random queue inside of these things are like really random brews or things that are not going to be like meta decks that you're going to queue into in tournaments. So like you can go, you always hear someone say, "Oh man, I can't believe I'm 14-0 or like 12-2 with this deck in the random queue." It's like, yeah, well, you probably played against like half-built decks for like half those games, and probably didn't hit a lot of Mewtwo and a lot of Pikachu and others. Would you play in tournaments with multiple decks allowed? No, I wouldn't. I think multi-deck tournaments are really boring. It's not a way that I enjoy playing card games. As someone who enjoys playing off-meta things, it is much harder to brew more than one competitive deck than it is to build a singular one. I double check that I have a third Executor in this deck. We might have just been really unlucky, but might also be misbuilt by a card. Yeah, wrong basic for our pile there. Yeah, so usually I have a third when I'm building things. You meant to retreat there. No, Articuno did damage to things on my bench, so retreating didn't matter. What would your choice of deck be if you really wanted to win a tournament? Are you asking for me personally, or are you asking for you, what's the best chance for you to win a tournament? Because if you at home are looking for just like, for me personally, I don't really have a deck that stands out to me right now. I guess I like the Blastoise deck. Has been a lot of fun. How should you choose your deck? I'm going to give you a piece of advice you're probably not going to hear a lot of other places. You should make sure that if you are playing in a tournament, you should play a deck that you like playing. I think gamers consistently undervalue how much value or not they're going to get out of not enjoying their third tournament play. Like, if playing a stock meta deck is going to give you a plus 5% win rate or whatever, but you're miserable while you play it, you're really not going to do well. Yeah, there's a reason why in my latest tier list video, I didn't have any S tier decks. I think every one of the top decks right now has good ways for you to be able to attack it in a variety of ways. And I don't think there's anything that's a cut above the rest. Why are we using this version of Execute here as opposed to the damage version? Because this version of Execute helps you fix your bricked energy draws. Well, them not having their stage 1 here is huge for us. Evolving clear status condition, so Frogadair knocks this out, and then we are off to the races here, so to speak. Really does feel like the line between A and B is thinner with Mythical Island. I mean, my pre-Mythical Island tier list, I literally didn't have an A tier. I had 3 decks in S tier, and then everything else was under them because I think they were much better than the other options. If they don't have a Hypno here, we should hopefully be able to just run them down now. We get to Greninja, clear the Drowsy, and then by the time the Mewtwo is set up, our Mew will be set up. The Mythical Island mini set gave me a lot of optimism about the future of this game. It really, really allowed the card designers to flex their muscles and show that they know what they're doing. I think the way they added cards like Mew EX and Tauros and Drudagon, and the way those cards impacted the dynamics of how the games play out are really, really solid. Got me. One Executor, please. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Oh my goodness, they gave me Froakie Frogadair too. What a gamer. Red card is so trash. Oh, it's so funny how terrible this card is. Cool. And then Mew just shows up here and puts him in a trash can. Speaking of good designs and having counterplay in a variety of things, I'd like to genome hacking you and take my last knockout point here. As something of a challenge to the people that have been enjoying my pocket content and to communicate more clearly my plans with Snap stuff, I think so long as my metrics allow this to continue to be my job, we're going to be full-time pocket for the foreseeable future. Well, we'll reassess if like the sub count creators or something on the Twitch side, but pocket's just been so much more fun than Snap for me. The community vibes around it are a lot more positive, so I think so long as it looks like I can continue to do this as a job doing this, I want to focus on finding my joy. Speaking of doing this as a job, let's take a quick pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're gonna play some more Executor Greninja when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, oh my goodness, I forgot to put the poll up encouraging people to like the live stream if you're watching on YouTube, please. It's crazy how much that poll question impacts it. Been live for 2 hours. There's only 82 or only 50 likes on it before I just did that call out. See if we can crank that up a little bit. Almost 600 people over there. Reminders work. What's going on, Tim? Jeno! Thanks for that brand new primer. Appreciate it. Did you collect all the promo cards for the solo mission? Yeah, I think so. I believe. Do you think Executor could work with Pikachu? I think Executor is a powerful enough card that you can pair it with most anything reasonable and it'll be fine. Got my second Celebi from a pack. I went 0 for 10 or 12 on Wonder Picks. Yep. Feel that. What are the odds of going 0 and 10 in Wonder Picks? There is an 11% chance you will miss 10 Wonder Picks in a row. There's a 7% chance you'll miss 12 Wonder Picks in a row. So, unlikely, but also going to happen to a good number of people still. Not Helmids. Thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. You're welcome, other 89%. Yeah, exactly. Soaking up all the bad beats for him. Magikarp. I bet this matchup's tough for our deck. We are going to have Greninja on curve this game, though, which has a lot of value. We'll put our first energy on the Execute because our next energy is a water. I want to be able to attack with this next turn, ideally. Is Wonder Pick actually random? For everybody else, it's actually random, but for you, Sin Cluster, I reached out to the Pokemon Company personally and told them to make sure that you never hit. I've got some pull over there, so sorry, but you're screwed. It's unfortunate that we have Baby Executor instead of the big one. This is going to take 3 hits on average to clear the Drudagon. How could Wonder Picks not be random? Very clearly, the Pokemon Company is always listening through the microphone in your cell phone to hear which cards you're talking about actually wanting to pull, and then they rig the system so you never hit the ones you actually want. Wake up, sheeple. With Mew plus Greninja, we're actually in a kinda okay spot into this Gyarados, because we'll get to clear this, and then Mew can 140 the Gyarados after it clears our egg. I don't know if my body is prepared to brick on a third stomp flip here. Golly. I guess I could just Greninja to finish this next turn. Hey, Keith, thank you for the super chat. That's very generous. I think least bad Alakazam honestly might involve Executor EX as your lead Pokemon. Executor EX or Weezing, I think, are both appealing. If they hit with Misty here and switch in their Greninja, we could maybe be in trouble. Oh, I guess if they hit with Misty, they can't leave, so maybe we're okay either way there. It's like 12.5% to see three tails. That's not the worst luck. Whoa. Okay, so your statistics are very clearly ignoring the fact that I am the main character in this story. So anything that's remotely below average is incredibly unlucky. Hey, Gendy, thank you for the 6 years of support. It's a long time. Welcome back. Executor can do this all day, yeah, basically. Put him up! Put him up! With the Mew plus Greninja, this matchup actually seems not terrible. I've got some tools here at least. What a top deck, holy. This means they have to put both of their things into this to clear it. Oh, that's a solid heads. Do we leaf to the other egg? I don't have another grass energy queued up, so leafing to the other egg is not great here. And now, the way this board is set up, my Greninja can clear this and this with its ability. Usually these decks don't play any sustain. I think they're out to win this game from here is put Gyarados up and hope to strip an energy off my Mew, which means I actually messed up last turn. I should have put an extra energy on Mew. So So small mistake here, but it looks like our opponent's not going to play to that out. Why did I choose to attack the Druid? I chose to attack the Druidagon last turn for what we're seeing right here. When I hit the Druidagon last turn, it means if this Executor hits heads, my Greninja gets 2 knockout points, and I win the game now. So my sequence ends up looking a little bit different if my Executor doesn't hit heads there, but because we hit heads, we get set up to win the game on the spot the following turn. If you haven't seen this Executor Greninja deck before, it's one of the decks that got highlighted in the meta report yesterday. It's one of the best videos you can watch weekly at Pokemon Pocket to keep up with innovation and really competitive decks. We're definitely going to play this in a tournament this week at some point. Might be today. I think I'm leaning towards playing the fighting build today. Might save this one for later this week. Tentatively, there's tournaments running every single afternoon this week, so might just play one every day. I think is my plan. We are going first. Gladiator! I hope we see Johto and my favorite pocket monster, Politoed, next month. Politoed's one of my favorites, too. This is a solid start for us, although we really want a grass energy under this water here is noteworthy. The Blastoise Tauros deck, I think, is my favorite deck right now. Plays one of my favorite characters and also feels quite powerful. Grass energy. Grass energy. Okay, so the fact that there is a grass energy here gives me the ability to play around Giovanni by evolving this turn. If this wasn't a grass energy, I would need to put a water energy on here and then growth spurt and just hope they don't have the Geo. But because this is grass guaranteed next turn, I can make this play now and play around them having the supporter card. LPL, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Another Erica. Well, I was going to count the first Erica, but with 2, I think it's almost assuredly correct. Yeah, because now I get to do this. They hit me for 80, and then I heal again the next turn. Shuriken this down here, I think. Shuriken into here means I only need 1 heads. Where's their energy going? Investing into Articuno seems real good for us, especially with this other Erica queued up. Ooh, Misty. Even a single heads here is really strong for them. Thankfully, she's called Misty and not Hitty. So with that Misty bricking, if we clear the Articuno, they actually can't attack next turn, which is great for us. So I'm going to be a little conservative for the first time in my life, and we'll Water Shuriken this, so that way it doesn't matter what the Executor coin does. So I think just guaranteeing the Articuno is gone means that we're pretty far ahead. Can't attack with anything other than Starmie next turn. So we'll just put some damage on this. There is an argument to be put the Greninja damage somewhere else, but it probably largely doesn't matter. Hey, LQL, thanks for keeping me around. Appreciate the support. We did not get much snow here in Central Illinois. They had initially been calling for like 6 inches. I think we ended up getting less than an inch overall. My children were a little disappointed. They were hoping to go sledding. Hey, thanks, Ryan. Like to hack your genomes, please. How long do you expect to stream for today? It depends on how the tournament goes at noon. If we make a deep run, we'll have a long stream. We end up failing out probably till about 3 or so. We'll go till at least 3 today. If we're making a deep run of the tournament, we'll play till that's done. Does a layout feel kind of annoying with the board cut at the bottom? I mean, it's deeply subjective, but I think it's far more annoying to open a stream and have Pokemon Pocket take up, you know, less than half the screen. You are right that this layout is less ideal than having a proper widescreen setup would be, but that's not an option. Is there an easy way in your meta roundups to add a section in that talks about the percent of events won by a given deck? That type of statistic is a great example of what I like to refer to as statistics don't lie, but liars love statistics. I think people put way too much weight and thought into decks that specifically make the top cut or specifically win a tournament. And our greatest, most recent example of this is all of the fake bad hype around the Golem deck that ended up being really atrocious, right? Like, that deck had a hot run in the hands of a good player, and it won a big tournament, and then a bunch of people picked it up, and ultimately it was trash. There is a reason why in my meta reports, when I'm doing measurements of decks that are performing well, I'm looking at decks that specifically had 70% win rates over larger tournaments, as opposed to just looking at top cuts or top 8s or exactly first. I don't think looking at exactly things at very first or top 8 or whatever is useful for anything other than being misleading. I mean, to be fair, a big part of the reason why the opponent's energy regularly isn't visible is because of something I can't control. The waiting for opponents blocking relevant game information every time it pops up is atrocious interface design I really wish they'd correct. Golem deck is pretty fun though. Yep, lots of bad decks are fun. That's why we play them. Our start here is really atrocious and we're probably dead. If I had to venture a guess. Maybe we get Mew powered up fast enough that we can do something, but... They just have a lot of unused space on the screen. Like, there's no reason why waiting for opponent can't simply be here on the left, yeah? I know the Gyarados deck is strong, but it seems hard to dodge Pikachu and stretch kick often enough. I mean, if you have 15% of the players in a tournament register the Gyarados deck, some amount of those players are going to dodge their bad matchups for a significant portion of the tournament. What is the most frequent format of tournaments? Swiss rounds plus top 8. The most common format is Swiss rounds plus a top cut in some number, but what exactly that top cut is tends to vary a lot. Anecdotally, most of the tournaments seem to do top 16, but some do top 8, some do 32, some do 64. It depends on the sizing and what the goal of the tournament organizer is and how long they want to make them. X-Speed Giovanni would scramble our egg here and probably lose us the game on the spot. Right, now I need to draw one of my 3 Executors. Is he unlucky? think we're just moving on. I think we're just moving on. Gyarados isn't winning much after the fighting decks popped up. I mean, Gyarados literally just won the Ursa Day tournament, yeah? Yeah. Like, again, I don't talk about these stats a lot because I don't think they're super relevant, and I think not only do they not provide reasonable statistical value, but I think focusing on them is actively misleading. But just for the sake of correcting the statement that's objectively wrong, that Gyarados isn't winning events after the fighting decks popped up, like, here's Gyarados in the 2,000 player Ursi event in 1st, 3rd, 7th. So we're clear. They actually beat the Pikachu matchup in the first round on this player, and this player actually just didn't play against Pikachu at all. That's funny. And they beat the fighting matchup the one time they played it. Good decks. Good decks are good, gamers. Good decks are good. That's why they hand the trophy to the player and not the deck. That's a good line. I'm gonna remember that one. That's why they hand the trophy to the player and not the deck. Fellow Notepad++ enjoyer. Yeah, in a former life, I did some open source software development. And Notepad++ is like the least bad text editor for Windows. Which language did you use? All the projects I started personally were written in Python, but I also maintained a couple of projects that were written in C, so I knew just enough of that language to get by. Giant trees dressed up with nowhere to go. I guess if they have Greninja, they win this fight/race, huh? Wait, really? Friendo. If you ever used VBA, it's painful. So when I did process automation at a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school, it was a pain procedurally to get proper programming languages installed on individual users' computers for automation purposes. So a lot of the report automating I did was actually in VBA, which is a brutally painful language to function in. So I think we're dead long term here with this Greninja set up in the back. Yeah, with no egg here in this many cards, I think we're just torched. I'm not playing any copies of Sabrina in here, I don't think. I think we're on 2 Ericas, 2 Leafs. Dead to Geo. Yeah, no agency to play around that. Hold on, you might get red carded. Oh, well. I hate that you can't retreat in the middle of coin flips. So they're one of those interface things. Just like, please let me out while I sit here and wait for my opponent to click the button. Alright, I think we're going to play a few more games with this one before the tournament starts in 40 minutes, but I think I'm going to lock in the fighting build for the tournament. We need to take a pause for the cause and run some adverts. I'm going to throw that one up on screen so I can copy it down more easily. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Somebody get this submitted. Tournament starts in 45 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Hey, Negative, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Roseminch, thanks for the entire year of support. I'll get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for keeping me around. It's a while. That's right. 2 Execute, 3 Executor, Hitmonlee, Aerodactyl, Potion, Pokeball, Amber, Research, Erica, Sabrina Leaf. Looks good. I haven't seen you play this build where it has 3/5 basics. Yeah, I talk a lot about how 5 basics is the floor. And I think in a deck like this, your Ambers count as basic Pokemon. No, that's not really a thing, Scott. Just like speaking generally about card games, if decks are making it to the top cut, they're gonna... Top cut rounds are pretty high variance since they're single elimination, so anything that makes the top cut consistently is gonna get wins consistently as well. Alright, we're gonna play some more of the Greninja Frog deck in the random queue for now. And we'll save the fighting eggs for the tournament. Good afternoon, Jeff in chat. The Eggs Arrow deck, is it a 2-color energy or a 1-color energy deck? Yes. When you're playing against Gyarados, you want to turn the grass energy off. When you're not playing against Gyarados, you want to play both. For people who haven't hung out in the stream on a tournament day, we'll be playing the Fighting Executor deck in the tournament matches. So when you're coming in, you can know if we're playing that deck, it's a tournament round. And if we're not playing that deck, it's not a tournament round. We're gonna leaf back to the Execute here, so that way we can Growth Spurt to have Executor attacking next turn. Thank you for my lunch, Jakey Bicky.
You're welcome.
Oh, I hop off the bike so I can eat. Here, watch your feet.
Looks like you still playing the same deck that Executor Greninja deck.
We are playing Executor Greninja, yep. We're missing our frog for the middle, though. Think we start powering up the Mewtwo here?
Hey, where is our frog? I repeat, where is our frog?
Oh, those teenage frogs are lazy. They're like teenage kids.
What?
You never want to show up on time.
Why do they never want to show up on time? Oh yeah, they're lazy.
They're lazy. That heads there probably wins the game on the spot with clearing all their invested energy here.
They have to have a miracle to do or to win this game.
Can you turn off, thank you, Jakey. Can you turn off a certain energy during a match? Yeah, so in tournaments, the deck lists are locked in, but you don't submit specific energy. So you can't change your cards, but you can look at the open deck list opponent and go, oh, I only want one type of energy here, and toggle that before you play the game. Yeah, the pocket streams on the YouTube side have been solid. Hit like 600 to 800 most days, which is reasonable. Is not submitting an energy an oversight or on purpose? I don't know. I should show the sponsored lunch really quick because it's great. I mean, one of our HelloFresh meals last night. It's kale and roasted squash pasta with a cream cheese based sauce. Very, very, very good. One of the best things about HelloFresh is getting a lot of meals I wouldn't have come up with on my own. Not something I'd ever thought to cook up, but it's very delicious. Oh, I'm a huge kale stan. It's my favorite salad bedding. So, this is why Baby Egg is in the deck. Because you just want to have an egg ASAP as often as possible. And sometimes you're not going to draw one of your two EXs, so. We'd prefer to have an EX egg here, but the third baby just adds some consistency for us. Hey, Zeckles, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Start building up Mew here. Opponent Celebi doing Celebi things there for him. Nice guard, really. Opponent certainly having a go of it with their onion Pokemon here. If you haven't seen my meta reports before, one of the things they do while tracking trends in Pokemon Pocket are examining things like which Celebi decks are being successful. So for an example, in one of our recent tournament weekends data, 5% of people played Celebi decks. 5% of people played Celebi decks with 2 Executor EX, and 5% of people played Celebi decks with less than that. And the 2 Executor EX versions of Celebi accounted for 11% of top finishes, whereas the non-Executor builds only accounted for 3% of the top finishes. Or in other words, the Celebi builds that are playing 2 Executor EX are significantly better than the ones that are not. Which also leads to the question, is Celebi even good, or is Executor just absolutely cracked and we should all be playing more of it? Punished by the Sabrina for not playing the other Froakie out, but it's probably fine. Alright, so I'm going to continue stacking energy on Mew, because Mew's genome hacking on Powerful Bloom will care about how many energies are on my Mew. So we'll get this back up to 130, we'll stomp him, and then next turn we'll have Greninja, plus a Mew that can crack this with Powerful Bloom back. Very likely win the game. Yes, stacking up energy is good against Delmise as well, is accurate. So, the way Delmise is templated with Mew, it has to have 3 extra grass energy, which means in order for Mew to get the bonus from the Delmise, you need 6 total energy, 3 of which are grass. No, you don't need, sorry, is it 4? It's 4 of which are grass. You need 6 total energy, 4 of which are grass. Because you need 1 grass for the attack. Or is it colorless? You definitely need 6. I think it's 6 with 3. You definitely need 6. The Mew is not lethal until, because your base attack needs 3, and then you need 3 more past your base attack that are grass. I believe, I know it's 6, but I believe you need 3 of them to be grass. It's a good lesson learner there with Mew and that interaction. Hey, what's going on, Quay? Yeah, Pocket's an excellent collection game, but it's also got really good gameplay underneath it as well. Nice, fast, and punchy. Also tends to have a meaningful amount of depth in the games where you're not completely low rolling. Which, unfortunately, we're going to be low rolling this game. This is one of the hands of all time, yeah. What's our out to win here? We draw like Professor's Research and hit one of each basic here, and maybe we have a shot? Maybe. I go to 60 when I pass back. They hit me for 50. Poison hits me. I think we're done, so. They do 40 twice into this. Yeah, we're done here. Garfield, thanks for the 14 months. Did the Poliwrath with Drudagon and Bulkor not work out? Haven't played any games with it. We're playing 2-color Executor decks today, and we'll probably get back to playing some Drudagon stuff tomorrow. My weekends are often family time, or if I'm doing work stuff, it's editing YouTube, not usually playing games, so I don't get to play games over the weekends typically. Or at least not Pocket. What's the second basic Pokemon anyways, really? If they have a Charizard, we're a little bit torched here. But if they don't have a Charizard, Executor could run them down, maybe. Our lack of Mew here means that we're up a creek without a battle, though. Haba Hut, thank you for the 55 months. Holy, so you're saying there's a chance. No Charizard, one time. No Charizard, one time. It's crazy behavior. Hopefully if this Pokeball finds a Mew, we might have a shot. Just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and hungry. We're not throwing away this shot. I need a Mew, and I need a knockout. So you're saying there's a chance. If they don't have Charizard this turn, I think we're actually favored. And if they do have Charizard this turn, we still have a shot. Not a good shot, but a shot. Rip. Your move, Yugi boy. They need 2 copies of Leaf here. If they Leaf this out, put this up, and then Leaf again, they're in a fine spot. I think if they give up both energies on Charizard here, they're just kind of up a creek without a pedal. I guess they could have double X speed. Deck plays 2 of those typically. Double X speed into Leaf could get us. Okay, but like the Charmeleon dies in 2 here. Do I want to put up Executor? Execute? Is there anything that punishes me for getting the Execute out? I don't think there is, right? I think I just want the option. Because if they Sabrina me, they can't attack it this turn. If they Sabrina, they can't Leaf. And they don't have an energy here. And they already played 1 X speed. I need to play this out, because otherwise Leaf into Growlithe would buy them time to get this set up. If I don't play this out, they could Leaf into Growlithe, put an energy here, and then retreat this to the Charizard the following turn. They can't attack the Execute this turn. Are we done here? Wow, thanks for the red card, nerd. I'd like to dedicate this game to Cloud Hater. Would not have been possible without them redrawing our bricked 6-card hand. And that's like the one thing people are always like, well, red card's card advantage. It's like, well, if I have 6 cards in my hand, it's probably because my hand sucks and you shouldn't give me a new one. Good golly. Pokemon Pocket is not a game that's about having more cards. It's about it's a game that's about having the right cards. And when you're getting card advantage with your red card, it's because your opponent's hand was completely bricked. So giving me 3 cards that are actually useful rather than 6 cards that are bad is a huge benefit for me. Another W for the red card, just not for the red card player. Red card needs good reads. That red card was really bad. Red card's really good when you're not a stupid baby. Jeff, I'm brilliant. You don't understand. Your opponent's red cards, they're always bad because their brains are tiny. But my brain's huge. They don't have the soul reads that I have with the red card, Jeff. It doesn't matter what all of the statistics say and what all of the examples say. My brain is big, so my red card is good. What do you mean, Jeff? I can't know when my red card was good versus bad. I'm just running on pure feels. I feel like it's good, Jeff. Those are the people we just ban on the spot. We're just not going to have a reasonable discussion with someone. Just going to be like, but my feels, but my feels, but my feels. Daimo's Bard, thanks for the brand new primer. I appreciate it. Do you ever play around red card? Yeah, you'll frequently hear me talk about how you could take an action to play around a red card. Because the card exists and people play it, but just because you play around a card that people sometimes play doesn't make that card good. Would red card be better if deck sizes were bigger? Yeah, a big part of what makes red card bad is the fact that the decks are so small, you're incredibly likely to redraw the cards that get taken away. Right? We're going to have a frog on curve here, but it is worth noting if they have EX Executor and they hit a heads, they clear Frogadair before it can evolve, which is scary. Allow the drip to wash over you, opponent. CJNJ, thank you for the 75-month resubscription. I appreciate the over 6 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. All right, so you're saying there's a chance. Hey, Jeff, you've been doing viewer decks lately. I haven't really, actually. It's been a lot of, been playing in a lot of tournaments. I've had a lot of things that I've wanted to explore. Part of me wants to switch to an egg this turn and give up a knockout point that way and just water shuriken for an extra turn, I think. I'm sure we still have, what, 3 weeks or so until the next expansion releases. So I'm sure I'll run out of good decks I want to try before that happens and we'll start doing viewer decks again, but asking myself if I want to play viewer decks is basically like asking myself the question, do I want to make an extra 20 or 30 bucks today to like lose a bunch of games with bad decks? to not sugarcoat how it works. Right, that's lovely. Got you. We get to retreat you. After there. We got 2 Ericas queued up, and we've got Greninja, Fire, and Artillery here. Seems pretty solid for us. punished for not Erica, I suppose. I'd love to draw a Mew to start building up here. Chat just needs to give better decks. I mean, the better decks typically get played for free. The opponent's potion didn't do anything. The opponent's potion means that I have to Greninja Water Shuriken this turn. No, I don't really expect to play a bunch of meta decks on stream. That's just not how I find playing games like Pokemon Pocket fun. There's a handful of other creators that do a good job playing the top meta decks well. Playing a bunch of mirror matches does not sound like a good time to me. That's true. You could, on a viewer deck day, you could send it a meta deck if you'd like. That doesn't generally happen in my experience, but it is a very reasonable option. The Celebi charging up behind the Executor to eventually blast off. Them getting their first knockout point on. Them getting the first knockout point on our what's it called is unfortunate. Our execute. Probably should have been less greedy and arrogant it. Kind of looking for, I was gonna say we're kind of looking for a Frogadair, but I also don't really want them to be able to, I think I need to Erica this turn, yeah? It's close. I think we're in a bad spot either way. We will likely see them put an energy on this Executor and retreat and win the game here because we let them pick up a knockout point early. I would be really surprised if the new Raichu is a competitive Pokemon Pocket card. Well, if they hit a critical failure here, our Greninja guaranteed clears the Celebi next turn. Rats. All right, so our tournament round is theoretically starting in 7 minutes. Let's go ahead and roll our Twitch adverts so they don't come up in the middle of the round, because that would be a travesty. We are going to be playing... where is it? We're going to be playing the Fighting Egg deck for the tournament today, so we can throw that up. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping that like button on the live stream. Free little bit of engagement. Helps the channel reach some more folks. I am looking forward to the next expansion at the end of the month. Hopefully it's a Johto set and gives us some good Dark and Steel Pokemon. Threat level Evan, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate the 2 years. Welcome back. Yeah, EX Tyranitar, EX Scissor, maybe EX Steelix. Those could all be fun ones. Having a Johto-based set would continue the millennial farming strategy they did for genetic Apex. Yes, exactly. And I think the fact that Celebi is currently the only Gen 2 Pokemon in the game, I think makes the Johto set more likely. The Monday Meta Tournament, starting at noon, is the one we're going to be playing in. Noon tournament today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Sweet. There's things running almost every day of the week. They have a spoiler season like Magic or just a blind release? They just did a blind release last time, basically. We had like an announcement video for the set like 3 or 4 days in advance that had like 6 cards in it, and then everything just dropped on release day. Ham Train, thank you for the half a year. We got 4 minutes. Let's play a game. I don't want to sit here and just stare for 4 minutes. I'll do one more with this Ulti-Frog. If you're just joining us on tournament day for the first time, I'll generally speaking only play my tournament deck during the tournament round, so if you're poking in and out, you can know when we're playing the Fighting Eggs deck, it's a tournament round, and if we're playing something else, we're between matches. As we'll generally play matches to fill time. That way we're not just sitting around too much. A little Twitch tracker here, so we've had over 50 new follows today for the couple hours we've been live. Appreciate the folks dropping in for the first time on here and the YouTube side. If you enjoy seeing tournament gameplay with off-meta decks, this is one of the best channels for that. Always trying to play lots of different things and take them into the more competitive environments to see how they stack up against the better decks in the game. Playing random queues can be fun for getting repetition in, but they're very, very different than playing in the actual tournament settings. It's much easier to put up a good result in a dozen random games than it is to take something through a tournament, in my experience. Execute, lovely. Get Mew out here as well. Gonna flop with the Froakie? We're gonna flop with the Froakie. Why does Pocket have so many tournaments and Snap has basically none? Yeah, because Pocket's a game with a competitive audience and Snap is not. Snap's a very casual game. There's nothing wrong with that. Anything can be competitive if the audience wants it to be competitive, and Pocket has a bunch of people that wanted it to be competitive, and Snap did not. I think part of that difference is definitely related to the fact that Pokemon TCG is incredibly competitive at its core. Before Pocket release, and a lot of those players translate over into Pocket. So from here, we get stopping with the egg up front, and then we build up Mew EX while hopefully drawing a Greninja. What's the reasoning behind one baby Executor? Exactly what you're seeing right here now. While you almost always prefer to lead on EX Executor, that's not always going to be an option for you. So EX Executor just adds a little bit of consistency, making it more likely that you start with your evolution. Would you ever run decks without 2 Pokeballs and 2 Professor's Research? No, Pokemon Pocket's a game that's designed very specifically for players to play 2 of each of those cards. Yeah, it looks like with our opponent taking a bunch of time here, we actually have to leave. Looks like our tournament round is paired. That's fine. It looks like they're DC'd anyways. First match is playing against Charizard without Arcanine. They've got 1 copy of Mew, it looks like, as an extra attacker. You could definitely play 2 normals if you're missing an EX egg, but you will win less with it. EX Executor is markedly better. I guess I should have waited to see if this person was going to check in before I left the game. Remember that? Hopefully they'll be here. Perfect. We have an opponent. Let's play a game. Alright, so full Charizard line, 2 Moltres, 1 Mew for Pokemon. They have 1 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 1 X-Speed, 2 Potion, 2 Leaf. As always, tournaments are open deck lists, so we know what we're working with and what we're playing around. First energy advantage is solid. Hitmonlee's not bad here either, though we're missing fighting energy on 1. Fighting energy for our next one. Sounds lovely. So execute, Amber, energy here. And now if they put Charmander back to the bench, we can stretch kick it. And if they leave it in the active spot, we can Executory exit. Contents may be hot. Thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. Yep, Leaf is not surprising. They played 2 Pokeballs, so we know they have plenty of basics here. This grabs our other egg. Get our evolution going. I don't know if there's a compelling reason to play the other egg out here for now. I'm gonna stretch kick back here and crack this down to 60, and then if they don't evolve it next turn, we could maybe Sabrina it up into the Executor. I don't want to Sabrina it into the Executor right now, because then my Executor is locked into the active spot, and they could have another Leaf to pull it back out again. We know they have another basic in their hand. I think they're making a pretty big mistake to not play it out here. All right, we kind of win the game on the spot if we hit heads on the Executor here, which would be nice. It's a shame I didn't draw my Aerodactyl, because that would lock them out of being able to evolve in the active spot here. Big coin. That'll do, pig. Now, they do have 2 energy on the Moltres here. So if I brick on Aerodactyl and Executor EX, and they hit me for 90 twice, and I don't have Erica, we could be in trouble. But we do have a lot of live draws here. 2 Ericas, 2 Aerodactyl and Executor, and 2 Research in my deck is 7 cards. So 7 draws I'd be pretty happy with here. I suppose running heads is still lethal here, huh? They don't have one of their 2 potions. We do lose to potion into their 1 Sabrina. Oh, that's not true. My Hitmonlee can take a hit. Really want to draw Aerodactyl here. That's a great draw. Another great heads for us too here. And they're out of potions, so with the copy of Leaf here, we should just be good to go, because if they retreat the Moltres back out, we could swap to the Hitmonlee and pick up our last 2 points. In the off-meta review, you did Gengar over Alakazam. Well, you seem to be confused, Cyanizer. The off-meta review is me covering decks that were successful inside of tournaments. Those aren't me picking those decks and telling you that they're good. It's a data-driven report. Is the stream on a delay because your opponent could be sniping? My dearest gamers, if someone needs to cheat to win the game of Pokemon Pocket we're playing in the low-stakes tournament, they need the win significantly more than I do, and they can take the unfair advantage. I think walking into a stream and seeing them delayed or blocking their hand makes content pretty mediocre, so we're not going to do that. How long do tournaments usually take to finish? It really just depends on how many people are playing and how they're structured. There's a lot of variation in them. The average round is somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes, typically. Why play Aerodactyl instead of Tauros plus Mew on the fighting deck? Well, Aerodactyl's fossils mean you get to lead on Execute more frequently, which is nice. Also, 2 energy attacker versus 3 energy attacker is relevant as well. High Voltage, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. Aerodactyl's ability actually is largely irrelevant. It isn't remotely the reason you play the card typically. %50 to be an egg, 50% to be a Hitmonlee. Aerodactyl's ability, most notably, only applies to Pokemon in the active spot. It doesn't lock them from evolving on their bench, and most decks playing evolutions do them on the bench. Or evolving on the bench and then switching them up. You play the Growth Spurt Executor not only to occasionally help Executor EX retreat later, but also because we're a 2-color deck that'll occasionally be missing on Grass Energy. So you can put a Fighting Energy on here and Growth Spurt for your first Grass. Obviously, in a spot like this, it's just free to grab the extra towards the retreat cost, but this card helps smooth 2-color resource variance in these decks. Those are some coins. I was going to muse if we hit a Hitmonlee, we might switch to it, but now that's no longer an option. That heads there means if I draw an Aerodactyl next turn, we can leaf back to the Aerodactyl and clear the Moltres guaranteed. 1 in 5 to find an arrow here at 10 cards. They have a good Inferno Dance. That might not be enough, though. The Charizard deck is very good when it gets to just do what it wants. Yep. I think we're probably dead from here. I think when the opponent's deck gets its linear draw and just gets set up, we mostly don't have counterplay. You could play something like Mew to hedge this matchup if you wanted, but it makes your Executor is less consistent. It's not completely free. I think this is basically the only matchup where you really want a copy of Mew, so it's hard to justify making a change to the deck for something that's like... What's Charizard to be like 5% of the field or so? Well, Charizard's actually a little popular in this tournament. It's almost 8%. So, still not quite double digits, but... Is hitting Charizard for 30 never good there? Wasn't allowed to hit Charizard for 30 there, so yeah, taking an illegal game action would not be good. Work did paper, yep. Do I have any outs from here? I don't think I have any outs from here. Okay, I'll go to the next one. So, I'm not dead for a couple of turns, but there's no sequence of plays here out of my deck that allow me to not just be dead to Charizard Blast in a couple of times. Sabrina isn't out. Yeah, I guess that's fair. If we draw Sabrina and they don't have Charmeleon and they don't have Moltres. Well, Mew is definitely not the card they want to lead on. Speaking of adding a copy of that card coming at a cost. Grass energy underneath here is huge. Time to get stretchy. Hey, what's going on, Manny? Did you guys actually get snow down in Springfield? We got less than an inch up here. It was not a lot. Them having another Charmander here is unfortunate. I can't Sabrina them up. I think we just keep stretching on this one. Am I evolving and execute? I don't know if I am yet. I think we're just chilling because I don't know if I'm going to want a baby or an EX, and I don't have another guaranteed grass energy. There's like a combination of X Speed and Sabrina that like kind of gets me in trouble, I guess, but like X Speed Sabrina Charizard or Leaf Sabrina Charizard could make me sad, I suppose. Wow, you got 10 inches just an hour south of me. That's wild. Still no extra grass energy, huh? This doesn't do anything. The slow burn on the Charizard in the face of starting Hitmonlee is not really where my opponent wants to be in life. They haven't played any potions yet. This is the punish for not playing an egg out yet. Let's just give them this. It's close though. About equally likely to hit a grass or draw an Aerodactyl. I'm sure we'll brick on grass and draw an Aerodactyl, and people are armchair quarterback us. All right, we hit the grass at least. They do not have another copy of Sabrina. Good heads. They do have 2 potions they haven't played yet. This is another spot where the baby Executor is really worthwhile, where your opponent's set up and they're going to have to chew through maximum knockout points. They don't have energy set up on anybody else. They haven't used any copies of Leaf yet, though, so we could see them Leaf this out. Leaf plus Potion lets it survive. They're just banking on us, not having one of our EX eggs. We do. Wish I would have evolved this sooner to not get punished by that Sabrina. That heads is real good for us. Let's just start chipping up the damage real quick here. They have no energy left on anything, and they have no copies of Sabrina left in their deck. I suppose they could hit triple heads on this Moltres. They haven't played any Leafs yet, yeah? We could lose this game still. The lack of Aerodactyl, they have a consistent 80 shot here at the end, is a really big deal. My mistake giving them the free knockout point on the old Amber with the Charizard on 3 energy could cost us this game. Yep. We need another 1-head turn on this Moltres coin. Even if they hit 1 head, we're probably still dead, yeah? I guess their last Charizard could be buried. Because even if they hit 1 head, they're ready to blast with a Leaf next turn. Yeah, I need like a full brick for them to not have the Charizard. If I'd have not made the mistake with my Executor, I would have had an Aerodactyl EX out, and we would have cleared this turn and won the game. And now we are dead to Charizard, which is pretty likely to happen. Asian Invasion, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Greg Lee, thank you for the 14 months. Do they not have it? Erica is a brick in this matchup. Yep, for sure. If their Charizard's still in the bottom 3, we have a shot. They've played both their researches, so they only have the 1 hit. Hitmonlee has it, right? They have another potion, is the problem. They're pretty likely to have the potion, so I think I just take hits with this. It's close though. Although I suppose if they have the potion, they live another Aerodactyl Land Crush anyways. Yeah, I guess this is wrong too, if the potion's letting them live it either way. Yeah, GG opponent. Yeah, if I would have evolved the Execute, giving them the free knockout point on the fossil was really bad. Should not have done that. All right. I need to run to the bathroom and get another water bottle because I'm tapped out. We got 10 minutes till the next round starts. We'll probably have time to fit one in, but we'll take our ad break now. Throw the deck list up. All right, get you to a few givers. You're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. BRB. This is the lowest Mewtwo's ever been in a tournament, I think. Since like this game launched. We've got 366 people playing this afternoon. Gyarados is number 1, then Mewtwo, then Pika, Celebi. I guess Celebi combined here is above Pikachu. Other Pikachu variations don't really have any numbers. Some gamers playing Blastoise Tauros. You'll love to see it. Two different Charizard builds with some okay numbers. Six minutes left. Totally play a match in between with that much time. I get like one more game with the Greninja Executor deck. 1 or 2 more for a YouTube cut. We might get around to Poliwrath with Tauros at some point, but probably not today. I mean, I haven't decided what we're gonna play after. Oh, I'm searching in the wrong button. I do that way too often. haven't decided what else we're gonna do. If not today, then tomorrow. Yeah, I think the Tauros Dirtigage core is really good. We'll definitely be playing that in a tournament or two this week. I think assuming they all happen, I think we'll be able to play a tournament every afternoon this week. We'll play a few different things across them for sure. Evan, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. How do you feel about playing something like Zebstrika alongside Mewtwo? It's probably hard to play Zebstrika Mewtwo with Gardevoir, but that could be a fun build otherwise. I don't know, I think Zebstrika in general is a fine card to brew with. We were playing some Zebstrika Jolteon last week and it felt solid. Might do some more of that this week. So much water, gamers. It's fine, we're never fighting an egg anyways. We have all of our Greninja line here at least, which is nice. Yep, alright, doing our best mono water impersonation here. So drop Frogadair here. If they don't have a potion or something next turn, the Greninja Water Shuriken finishes the Meowth, then we can deal 60 to whatever they put up after, which is nice. This is like weird not Pikachu, but it takes 3 energy to do it. So much energy, gamers. Slow, not electric Pikachu. Yeah, stage 1 at that as well. We're done here at this point. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Is this card too strong if it attacks for 2? Because it gets cleared in 1 by a hit for 90, and it is a stage 1. I think there's a chance it would have been fine with a 2 energy attack, but we'll never know. the old Amber to make them have Aerodactyl or discard it. They have the Aerodactyl. Alright, with 2 Grass Energy teed up here. Just like, surprise! I'm an Execute deck. I think we're in a good spot. We retreat to this. We crack the Mew for 50. And then next turn we can evolve into this and get up into the action. What do you see as the pros and cons of Pocket compared to other digital card games? Well, the games are nice and quick, which is a pretty big plus compared to things like Magic Arena and even Hearthstone. I think the gameplay is quite good. I don't know. A lot of different card game pros and cons are like things that are pretty subjective. A lot of it is just how do you feel about the gameplay. There's plenty of people that don't enjoy the gameplay. There's not anything wrong with it, but it's just how they personally are about it. Yeah, quick games, the IP is good. I think a big upside is how the economy is structured in a way where you don't have to log in and do chores every day. If you're short on time or simply don't feel like playing in the current metagame, you don't get punished for not logging in and grinding an hour. I really have to say experiencing Pocket's economy has soured me a little bit on some of my other free-to-play games, where it's just like, well, I just don't want to play you today. I don't want to do chores. Pocket doesn't make me do chores. Hey, Drills, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Pocket is the cool parrot when it comes to TCG Shores. Yep. For sure. But Jeff, what if I need my 4-hour glass a day? You get your 4-hour glasses a day just from opening 2 packs. No chores. No chores required. Alright, we're 3 minutes over time in the round. So I don't think I want to fire another one we likely won't be able to finish. Hopefully be paired here momentarily. We'll throw the Fighting Eggs deck up on the screen that we're playing. You can get thanks tickets from playing private matches? Yeah, I guess that's true, huh? Snap doesn't even let you do your daily missions and direct challenges, right? Do I recall that correctly, or am I misremembering? Oh my goodness. We banned someone earlier on the Twitch side for asserting that Pocket had changed the percentages of how likely you are to get EXs from packs because they hadn't opened an EX in a while. And apparently their chat history is they're the same person who asserted the other day, if you retreat, you're a coward or something like that. And it was just like, it's so funny how the bad takes come in tandem. I really enjoy TCG Pocket, but I wish there was more incentive to play like a ranked mode. See, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm talking about. I think gamers, it's a true testament to how well predatory systems work that gamers constantly ask for Pokemon Pocket to be an abusive relationship like their other games. If you don't get joy out of the game that you're playing when you play it, you should uninstall it and stop playing it. If the intrinsic, I'm happy because I'm playing the game isn't there, it has to be happy because there's a carrot, then you probably don't really like the game and you should reassess how you're spending your leisure time. Alright, we're 6 minutes over on the round, but there's also only one match left, so we're just gonna chill. One of the unfortunate bits of doing tournaments live is a little bit of inconsistency on the in-between. I have not touched any of the latest Genshin stuff yet. I pulled for both the characters, though. So here's the thing, dads. This is a conversation I have a lot, because a lot of people don't understand this. Ranked ladders in games like Pokemon Pocket are not competitive. Ranked ladders in games like Pokemon Pocket are hamster wheels designed to get you to play the game more. In order for a ranked ladder to truly measure skill, you need to have players lose significantly more than they win, so that way the person at the top of the ranked ladder isn't the person that's just playing more. Any system where you can play more games to offset winning less is not a competitive system. So it's fine if you personally get joy out of like watching this arbitrary number go up and you enjoy running on that hamster wheel, but please don't fool yourself into thinking that it's measuring some amount of skill or telling you that you're better at the game than someone else because your number is higher. Tournaments are truly competitive outlets because you can't just play more. Yeah, and I fully understand not having the time commitment to be able to play in a tournament, but ladders aren't it in terms of measuring skill. And again, I really want to emphasize, it's fine if you get pure joy just for making a number go up, but it's very rare that games have true ELO systems, because yeah, Chess ELO is a good example of this, and what Chess ELO ends up encouraging in terms of player behavior is it becomes optimal to stop playing the game at a certain point, because once your ELO gets high enough, you risk losing more than you stand to gain from the average game you're playing. And all of these ranked ladders in games like Marvel Snap and Hearthstone and Magic Arena are designed to get you to play more, so they can't truly measure skill, because truly measuring skill would tell you to stop playing at a certain point, which goes to the opposite of what they want those systems to do. Yes, and chess is a pure skill game. And even there, it's optimal to start playing at a certain point. Dota and League of Legends are the closest things to live service games that have true skill-based measures on their ladders, but even those games have to implement a your ranking deteriorates if you don't play for a while, because otherwise it's optimal to stop playing those as well. So they have to have a decay is the word I'm searching for in order to get people to keep actually playing the game. Was it a rank mode or something leaked? No, there were emblems data mined, which ended up being for the PvP style of events that we've seen happen twice now, that people assumed were for ranked and they assumed incorrectly. Yes, systems like ladders in games like Pocket where some decks win quickly and some decks don't win quickly, is it becomes optimal to play decks where you win fast. Hey, Drills, thanks for taking the time to hook that Prime up. I appreciate you clicking over to do that. Every month when you click that button takes a couple bucks from Jeff Bezos. Man, this is the longest rollover time I've ever had in one of these tournaments. Or 11 minutes past time. I guess I'll queue a match and we'll just leave if the round pairs. Apologies for the wait. Just kind of is what it is. You can make one change or modification to this game. What would it be? I would add more cards that like going first, like Executor EX. So the go first versus go second is a little bit less polarized. But I imagine that's something that's going to happen as the game evolves over time. The Pixelarian, thanks for that brand new primer. Appreciate it. Thoughts on Luby and Starmie? Seems reasonable if you pair it with something like Tauros and Mew. We'll actually have a Luby and Starmie highlight up on the YouTube channel sometime this week is the plan. All I had to do was queue a match to get our round 2 to pair. Never fails. Alright, we're playing against the fighting deck this round, it looks like. Which I actually think is a pretty good matchup for our deck. Both Aerodactyl and Executor EX are pretty solid into them. I don't expect Pokemon Pocket will ever add a sideboard because regular Pokemon TCG doesn't use sideboards. Hopefully they add a best of 3 option for Direct Challenge at some point, but I'd be surprised if they ever added a best of 3 queue. One of the things I dislike about Pocket is how heavily the games are decided by coin flips. Literally every card game you've ever played is decided by a series of coin flips. You're just bad at identifying where those coin flips are happening in the other card games that you play. I would actually go so far as to say Pokemon Pocket, with its 20 card decks that tend to be incredibly consistent, is actually one of the lower variance card games I've ever played. It just has explicit variance that you can't lie to yourself about, as opposed to the implicit variance that we experience in a lot of other games. a staring contest. Opponent has 1 copy of Blue and 1 Giovanni, and then 2 X-Speed, 2 Sabrina, and their utility cards here. 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Aerodactyl, 2 Farfetch'd. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. They're on 2 regular Aerodactyl and 1 Aerodactyl EX. I missed that. All right, well, I've got nothing else to do, Gamer. So, as you will. They gonna start quacking us finally? I'm glad they didn't do this sooner or we'd have been in trouble. They gave us a chance to draw some basics here. Really want an egg this turn. Old Amber's fine too, I suppose. Although they are on 2 copies of Sabrina, so they will get to Farfetch this Amber. But I can't play around that. I need to play my cards out. I guess I could have potioned and cracked this and then tried to draw 2 basics next turn, but dodged a Sabrina. That's nice. Still bricked on an egg is unfortunate. Kinda scary, honestly. Gosh. Look at this, y'all. They're playing 2 of this Aerodactyl. It is a very clench-inducing flip. I think I just land Crush here, because if they land the Primal Wing Beat next turn, my Execute just comes up and clears it, yeah? If they brick on the 50%er, they're in a real bad way. I could also see a world where we argue to put the Hitmonlee up and kick the other Fossil, but if they have their 1 Aerodactyl EX and they clear this, it's annoying because I'd have to put Hitmonlee up. I guess I have the energies, so it doesn't really matter. Yep. There she blows. So we put this up. because I can't evolve my active. And then noteworthy here that little Aerodactyl does not give them knockout points here. So they're still on 0. This is bad variance allotment on my part. I definitely should have tried to save that tropical swing heads for when I needed it. Unfortunate to use one of them. Use one of them up on that 20 hit pointer. Double Erica in hand should hopefully give us time to crunch through this. Gives us 260 HP effectively, which means they need 4 attacks. A little unfortunate that I can't use my research this turn, though. That's sad. Would have loved to redraw a fossil there. Or another egg, honestly. Any of our 3 basics or 1 Pokeball would be great. So 4 good draws out of 9 cards here. If I hit heads on the next tropical swing, a stretch kick can clean this out. That should be nice. Sweet. And old Amber here with a fighting energy underneath means that we'll get to use Aerodactyl next turn. So even if this misses on heads, we'll be able to have a deal 80 to put up. We only need 1 more knockout point here. Do you think being able to pick your first energy would be too strong? I don't know. It's an interesting question, though. It would make cards like Weezing and Executor EX significantly better in 2-color decks. We actually know deterministically what's in my opponent's hand. They have 2 Sabrinas, 1 Giovanni, a blue, an X-Speed, and another regular Aerodactyl. Okay, and they're just banking on me not having Leaf plus Aerodactyl EX here, which we have, so we're done. Does it hurt your soul to use an Erica that's not full art? It does. This is my #1 card to trade for when trading goes live, is full art Ericas. Slog of a game here. We're gonna take the first one down. I think you'll be able to trade full arts. I assume you're going to be able to trade all of the cards for the same rarity cards. And I assume you'll only be able to trade 3rd plus copies. And I assume you won't be able to trade the latest set. That's my money. Well, those are guaranteed to be eggs. Only 3 basics in our deck, Hitmonlee and 2 Execute. Covain, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 and for the 75 months. That is an eternity in Twitch years. Thanks for keeping me around. So we'll have energy here, retreat to here, get Crack-a-lackin'. Ideally find a fossil with this to start working towards this. Aerodactyl EXs, flavor text not really relevant to this match, but really pretty solid as far as just like 80 damage for 2 goes. Fantastic. Exactly what we wanted for Christmas. This game might be a little bit less long than the first one, gamers. Isn't flavor text the text that doesn't have any impact on gameplay? Yeah, so effects like Aerodactyl, Primeval Law isn't the reason that you play it, so we, as jargon, tend to refer to it as flavor text. It seems like the egg came before the duck. No, I'm pretty sure the egg just came after the duck and cracked it across the face. Is what we witnessed there. I assume they're going to stretch kick my Hitmonlee over 2 turns. Oh, they're going after my other egg. Okay, sure. You take those. We miss on that one, but we're still in a pretty solid spot despite it. Just hit my execute again. I would love to Erica it. They changed their mind to go after Hitmonlee this time. Aerodactyl, interesting. I think the leaf draw means we're done here. I no longer have to flip coins to clear their stuff. And then Mew EX is the only basic in their deck that survives a Land Crush, so next turn Sabrina will be lethal. This game already has such crazy deck variety, I can't imagine the possibilities later this month. I am super excited for this game as the card pool grows. A year from now, At the end of 2025, the card pool is going to be 4 times as large. And it's going to be just so much to do and explore. I already feel like I have a ton to look at, and just like the very idea that a year from now there's going to be 4 times as much is wild. The next expansion is Datamine, to be releasing at the end of January. We don't have an exact date officially announced yet, but I imagine somewhere in like the 27 to 31 range. Would put them releasing a new set every 6 weeks. Yeah, they're done. Datamine date is the 26th, but I don't know how accurate that is. Yeah. All right, let's throw the deck list up on screen. Yeah, take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I think I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a caffeine, because we're gonna be streaming for a while yet. I appreciate everybody hanging out for some pocket content while we play another tournament this afternoon. This game's been a ton of fun. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Beer me. Do you think they'll ever discontinue cards in Pokemon Pocket? So, until proven otherwise, my expectation is that this game will follow a pretty similar format to Paper Pokemon TCG, and Paper Pokemon TCG runs a 2-year rotation. So I would assume this first set of cards will continue to be played until October 2026 would be my expectation. This is pure educated speculation. But I would bet the next set is going to be titled 1B. We had, what was it? 1A1 and 1A2 are the first set and the mini set. And I bet the next big set will be like 1B1 and 1B2. And then they'll probably rotate all the number 1s out at the same time. And they'll have a year of 1s and then a year of 2s and then a year of 3s. And we'll have 2 numbers standard legal at a given time. It's 1A and 1AA. Okay, cool. So 1B and 1BA or something like that. Yeah, and I assume if we eventually get a rotation, they'll give us a second format with rotating things, but we're still years off of that from now. For people who are brand new to card games and don't know what I mean when I say rotation, other card games, the way they manage their cards is their standard format can only be played with the last certain number of sets, and Paper Pokemon does it for the last 2 years of sets. So if this followed eventually, once we have over 2 years worth of cards in the game, there'll be one game mode where you only play with the more recent cards, and then another game mode where everything that's on the client is legal. You're primarily a card gamer. How did you end up casting Pokemon Unite? I just like the Pokemon IP, and I was making content for Pokemon Unite casually. And I had experience doing broadcasts for Magic tournaments, and I'd worked with people like Riot in the past doing their card games. So when they put up tournaments, I put an application, and they allowed me the opportunity to do that. That's something I fell off of pretty quickly, though. I only did the first year of it, and then Snap popped off, and Snap numbers were much better than Unite numbers for me. All right, what are we doing? I think we've got 12 minutes till the next round goes. I think I want one more game with the Greninja Executor deck, and then maybe we'll brew something new or play something new. For folks that haven't watched one of my tournament streams before, we'll play different decks in between the rounds. I'm in the private queue again. So if you're poking in and out, you can know when we're playing. You can know when we're playing the tournament with the deck. Would you cast pocket turns? Actually, speaking of, for people who are adults and like to mark their calendars, I can confirm that I'm going to be running my first pocket tournament with Spraggles on February 1st. We're still shoring up some of the details when it comes to what prize support's going to look like and what the structure of the event is. Hoping to have the T's crossed and I's dotted on those in the next couple of weeks. But if you want to save the date, February 1st, we'll be taking a crack at running the first pocket tournament. If that goes well, I could envision it being something that I do periodically. Yes, explicitly that should be the weekend after the next set releases. No, it's going to be an open entry community tournament. Your finest eggs, please, deck. Unlucky. Losing Pokeball 50-50 is like it's my job. No, it'll just be generic open free entry for the first one at least, Socio. And we'll see how that goes for better or worse. The only hard and fast requirement for playing in the Hooglandia tournament is that you will be obligated to share your game screen upon request. So it'll be your job as a competitor to make sure you have hardware capable of screen sharing to Discord while playing Pokemon Pocket. Most modern cell phones can handle that, but if you have something that's a little bit older, it might struggle, and you should confirm. Well, maybe we'll Professor's research into double Greninja next turn. Our hand will be sick. Superior on curve, and our draw's a little awkward. Probably dead here. Why is screen sharing a big thing? Because the reason Spraggles and I are going to run a tournament is so we can create content around it and do commentary. And if players competing in the tournament aren't able to share their screens, we can't do commentary because there's no spectator client in this game. Would there be a spectator delay to prevent cheating? Yeah, you don't have to worry about stream sniping. The games will be live, but they'll be live on like a 3 to 5 minute behind when they're actually being played. Long enough that that's a non-factor. I'm just gonna go to the next game here. We're on a timer in between tournament rounds, and this is definitely done. As well hit a growth spurt here. It's a shame we don't have a Greninja to build up to poke at the magic cart. Cool, this is why we play 3 eggs. At least we'll have a free retreat cost baked in here. Alright, like 1 Froakie and 1 Executor. Best you could do is neither. Unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. At least it appears that they don't have a Gyarados, so we've got that going for us. Okay. Hey, so you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Are you going to be live casting a delayed game, or are you going to be delayed casting a live game, i.e. for chat interactive purposes? Myself and the co-commentator will be live in terms of talking to chat. The game will have been recorded 3 to 5 minutes in the past that we'll be looking at essentially. But yes, I want to be able to interface with chat. That being said, one of the very impressive goals we hit when I was running Magic the Gathering tournaments is my Magic the Gathering tournaments averaged between 85 and 95% of the stream showing new matches. So in terms of downtime we need to fill, we hopefully won't have much of it because we'll just be showing games constantly. Alright, I I would like to start poking Magikarps. I guess the Erica kind of didn't matter, huh? Because 140 still dies to Gyarados. Am I standing and playing? How come? I have this really unfortunate condition of being over the age of 30, which means if I sit for too long while I'm at my desk, my back gets a little irritable. So I have a sit-stand desk that lets me split my time sitting and standing while I work. I have that condition too. It's a tough one. Try using exercise ball as your seat. I have a very fine ergonomic chair. That is lovely. If they found Gyarados, we have finally died. Alas. We only deal 160 on the backswing here, so not quite enough. How can you be standing and cycling? Asking the real questions. I'm going to be focusing on Pocket for the foreseeable future, unless the metrics show it to be not sustainable. But for the time being, with the last 2 weeks being all Pocket, I'm still maintaining my 2,000-ish subscribers on Twitch, which is like my loose metric for being able to do this full time. So long as I maintain a solid sub count on the Twitch side, we're going to be focusing on Pocket. Oh, cow. Thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. Pocket's been more fun for me. Can't say that I've missed playing Marvel Snap for the last couple of weeks. Sleepy Cobbler, thank you for the 16 months. Snom Jigglypuff. But it's looking to put us to sleep. And a red card. What a gamer. Still have my Frogadair. What would make Snap more enjoyable for you? If I'm being honest, my lack of interest in Snap isn't even purely gameplay related these days. It's honestly just exhausting that like every piece of Snap content I've posted for the last 2 months has constant complaints about people griping about the economy. And just like working in a constantly negative environment when I have the option to work in a place that's more positive is super enjoyable. Therapy for gamer or something like that. Next tournament round is any minute now. There's one match still going, and we're 2 minutes past time. How long do we stream for today? I plan to stream till at least 3 o'clock Central, which is another 90 minutes, and then we'll go longer past that depending on how tournaments are going. There's like a noon or 11 a.m. Central tournament basically every day this week. So I'm going to be playing in those daily, and how long we're live for will depend on how deep our runs go. How do you beat Gyarados once it has 4 energy on it? It seems like it has so much HP. That's the neat part. You don't. The only decks that have a consistently strong Gyarados matchups are the ones playing Zebstrike and Hitmonlee to kill it while it's still a Magikarp. Charizard has a close to even matchup with it because it can blast it away in one, but even that's not favorable. The Gyarados deck has the most polarized matchup tables of any deck Pokemon Pocket's had in its short history. Other than the Charizard matchup being kind of close, every other matchup the Gyarados deck has is either 70% in its favor or 30% against it. There's very few middle ground decks. Hey, congrats, Dev. Glad you had fun playing in the tournament. Thanks for hanging out. Alakazam can one-shot it. Is that true? Yeah, that might be true. It's 60 plus 120. Alakazam, someone in chat earlier was being annoying asking about Alakazam decks, but that might be something worth brewing with at some point. The core problem with Alakazam decks is it feels like you can't have Alakazam be the only thing your deck is doing. Man, our Executor is tired. So I think you need to figure out like other ways to attack it, basically. Maybe Alakazam Tauros could be worth exploring potentially. The third round of the tournament has paired. If anybody else is watching the stream and playing in it, I'm not going to leave this game just yet, though, because my opponent hasn't checked in quite yet. We'll retreat if they check in, but sometimes people miss. So we'll chill for now. Okay, it's not bad. They clear Executor, and then we clear this Wiggly. So they need to switch out to something else. And we can just, like, slowly motorboat this Wiggly down in the back line with the Water Shuriken. Still need to retreat, gamer. Good golly. A series of sleep flips. Okay, so Shuriken this turn on here means that Shuriken plus a deal 60 next turn clears this, which is nice. But then the Wiggly is going to be active. Alright, my opponent has checked in. So, sorry we can't finish that in-between game. I don't want to make my tournament round person wait. We're playing against Primeape Fighting. If they have a fast Primeape on the play, we could be in trouble because it scrambles our egg in one go, but If they don't have fast Primeape, I think our deck is pretty well set up here with the 160 HP Dork. Two Primeape, two Hitmonlee, one Marshadow, two Aerodactyl. With the 60 HP Mankeys. Alright, so Primeape, Aerodactyl EX, one Giovanni, and then two Sabrina, 2x speed for utility cards for our opponent. One Marshadow, two Hitmonlee. If we can get our Executor EX set up here, we're in a decent spot. It's actually funny, going first in this matchup is ideal, so we can evolve our egg before they can Primeape it. That's a stretchy boy. Hey, Captain Hats, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that support. As much as I don't want them to be able to start kicking my stuff, I want to put the grass energy on the execute this turn, so I think I need to. You're looking for the Executor list, like this one and the Greninja one, they were in the meta report. You can check that out on YouTube there. Okay. X speed plus Sabrina gets us into some trouble here because I have to let them hit my Aerodactyl first. We do need to draw one of our 3 copies of eggs next turn. We have 3 eggs and 2 research. They are on 2 Sabrina, so good chance they find it eventually. So ideally, we save this execute from a Sabrina here. Well, I mean, well, saves this one from a Sabrina, I suppose. So what's our lose condition here? They already have 1 knockout point. So if they hit us for 80, then this one can clear. Okay, so I do need to draw an Executor here. I have 5 good hits and 11 cards. That's one of them. I think I'm chilling on the leaf for now. I don't really have anything that needs the energy, so to speak. Could be beneficial for pulling this out later. Big coin. Swing and a miss. Notable here that we've lost our copy of Hitmonlee, so I can't clear that Aerodactyl up from the bench. If they put their Hitmonlee up, and I brick on my coin, and I brick on my potion, draw, we lose the game. Then putting Aerodactyl up is good for us, since I have an Erica queued up here already. Missing on this coin last turn, though, puts me in an awkward spot, because I can't put this up. That Pokeball doesn't do anything. think I just Sabrina here and take a knockout. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb, ignore me. I needed to heal. That's fine. I think we were dead anyways, but obviously I messed that up. In my brain, I was doing both. Alright, shake it off, play game 2 better. Oh, it's super unfortunate that they have first evolution advantage again. Dodge a Mankey, we can dodge a ball. Marshadow opener is good for us. We want to not see a Mankey. A Mankey cracking our Execute will win the game on this. A Primeape cracking our Execute will win the game on this spot. Oh gosh, they could also have Aerodactyl here too, right? God, going first is such a huge advantage in this matchup. It's crazy. It's actually insane how many different ways going first is an advantage. Very, very different dynamic than the rest of the Stief. Second egg's not bad though, especially with other leaf energy on top. So I hit this, and then if they put the Aerodactyl out, I can retreat this and put this one up as the Executor with an energy. Yep, there's the Aerodactyl. This only stops the active Pokemon from evolving. So I can evolve the bench egg. Unfortunate that we've bricked on the EX Executor, but again, this is why we play the one baby. So that way, we can go ahead and just evolve more consistently. Leaving my last bench slot open, because there's value in allowing this to be a Hitmonlee on the line, potentially. Find an Aerodactyl or another Executor here. It could be in a decent spot. We're definitely a little bit behind at the moment. Erica, I think I'm playing the other Amber out at this point, just so I have something to switch to if they Sabrina me, which they have 2 copies of. I don't want to lose an energy on either of these two. If we find a copy of Aerodactyl next turn without having to research for it, we can evolve this, put an energy leaf back to it, and clear their arrow. They nobly don't have any potions or blues. That would be clean for us. Ape looking pretty good here. I'm gonna potion to force them to Aerodactyl if they want to clear next turn. Willow Glen, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Yeah, the Metafy page is still up as a direct way to support. Yes, most tournaments are open deck list. It makes it so people who are streaming and making content aren't at a disadvantage. Yep. Goodness. Holy. Finally. And now, I think we just take this clear with the Executor still, right? Because if they want to Mars Shadow this one, that's fine with me. And then this comes up and clears, then we're in a good spot overall. I think I put an extra energy on here for now. In case we draw another Aerodactyl EX. Well, I expect the Pocket Tournament's going to be much larger than the Magic tournaments we used to run right now. With it being open entry and decent prizes, I wouldn't be surprised if we have 1,000+ people. Whereas, like, the Magic ones with entry fees only had a couple hundred typically. So, next turn, we're just leafing into the Aerodactyl if they leave this Hitmonlee up, yeah? Seems right. This card's stat line and breakpoints are so good in these mirrors. So, I'll put this here to be insulated against a Sabrina, finally. Energy here to discard to the Leaf. Leaf was such a big upgrade for these Executors as well. She's just easily the best card in our latest expansion. And then we've got, well, I was going to say, I guess we clear everything in one, but that's not quite true. So they have another Aerodactyl here set up. Oh, but I guess I have the Sabrina, right? So they would need another thing on their bench that doesn't get cleared by Aerodactyl. All right, 1-1, heading to game 3. They can't evolve it either. They could have put something else up and then retreated to the Evolution Gamers. All right, can we have first evolution advantage for the first time this set? With like an egg, an Executor, first evolution advantage, and a grass energy. It's asking for 4 things, Greedy? Probably. Ooh, there's the first of them. No grass energy. We got 3 of the 4. Be happy, I suppose. That's a nice one. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there's a grass energy underneath this. Where's this energy going? I'm gonna kick my Amber. Kick the fossil. Don't kick the fossil. Two color variants rearing its head here a little bit. So I think I want to leaf into the execute, or into this. And then we'll put the other execute out here as well. So I just don't want this to get kicked again if I can avoid it. I need to draw a potion, ideally, so we don't lose Aerodactyl to Marshadow Giovanni. Evolve both of these so we don't lose to a stray Hitmonlee kick here. I think I'm gonna take the knockout here, and if they have the, what's it called? They have it. They're through what, half their deck? A little more. Odds of Giovanni are high here. If they hit on the Giovanni and we hit on heads with our Executor, we're still in a pretty decent spot. Yeah. All right, I need Tropical Swing to come through here. Hopefully there's another grass underneath this as well. Yikes. Thin the Hitmonlee out. No reason to play that out, though, I don't think. Oh, man. That's so unfortunate. They hit their coin flip to have the Giovanni, but we missed our coin flip on the Executor. The problem with this is it gives them the ability to retreat the Marshadow and then re-hit us for 100 again down the line. And that's, this is a good example of the kind of implicit versus explicit variance we talk about in card games a lot. So my opponent had a coin flip that did involve a coin on the screen, i.e. did they have Giovanni in the top half of their deck? And then we had an explicit coin flip, i.e. does this Executor crack for 80 versus 40? Now we are very behind if we don't, Oh, I need one of my 2 copies of Leaf here. Ooh, we already played a Leaf, so that's actually super unlikely. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. D Philly. One of the few members of the triple digit sub club. Thank you for the 104-month resubscription. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. This leaves me dead to second Sabrina. Ooh, right. You got me? That would imply we don't have second Sabrina in hand. Everybody clinch. Everybody clinch. Hyper Time Hero, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. There was not another play. Yeah, we can't. I wasn't thinking about it, but we just couldn't beat second Sabrina. And now they're in a spot where they can't beat first Sabrina. Let's say no coin flips, please. Our turn. We're 75% to have our Sabrina there, but is what it is. All right. we go. That puts us to 2-1 in the tournament rounds. Lovely, lovely. Great. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We've got 11 minutes until the next round of the tournament pops up. We'll play some other things in between. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Toe Smasher, thank you for the 41 months. Here's our deck list. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, subscribers. So enjoy the chair and the deck list. I'll be right back. Was that the I have a pack to open notification? I think that was the I have a pack to open notification. Oh, it was my pack alert? Yep. Yep. I don't really have anything I'm super looking for right now since we hit the second Arcanine EX full art. I'm missing Surge and Brock, but I'm like also missing... I'm also missing Erica full arts. I think I'm missing the most 2 stars out of Mewtwo and Pikachu, so I've been opening those. Yeah, I'm missing Gengar full art among other things. Your odds of getting a specific 2-star are so low anyways. Alright, we've been live for 5 hours. I'm gonna restart my Pocket application real quick too, just in case. It hasn't been leaking memory, I don't think, but it doesn't hurt to kick it on occasion. How much did I expect to whale for 2 Sabrina full arts and 1 Erica? It's the full arts in this game are the most expensive cosmetics you'll ever encounter. If you don't open the specific ones you want, they're over 200 bucks a pop. Speaking as someone who has $400 worth of Leaf full arts. Hopefully trading will alleviate that some, but right now they are buku bucks. Crispy Rye Bread, thanks for the 3/4 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I got full art complete on the first set, and it cost me more than I want to admit. Yep. It eats a lot. Chasing full arts deep is why I have 10,000 cards. Today's been Executor EX Day. Tomorrow will probably be Drudagon Tauros Day. Articuno, Froakie, Lightning Energy. Probably some type of Dragonite brew, if I had to venture a guess. Yep, looks like Dragonite. Imagine there's a Misty lurking in there somewhere. I'm gonna build up an energy on here first, then we'll start powering up Mew. Mew's actually pretty good into Dragonite. Especially if we can top deck an Executor and add a little pressure to the board first. That's exactly the egg I wanted for Christmas. Thank you for asking. Would you say the old Execute is better for solo green decks? Definitely if you're only playing one energy Executor. New Execute could be good in monocolor decks if you're playing the 4 energy attacking build, but I'm not convinced that many decks want that, so... We really want to draw another Executor for this next turn, so that way we have more high HP things to soak damage from the Dragonite. Is my baby frog, gamers. So, opponent's deck typically plays 2 copies of X speed, although if they're on 2 stage 2s, some bets could be off on what they're able to fit in. I would not be surprised to get hit by a Draco Meteor this turn. Haven't seen you play Machamp EX, you should check on the YouTube side. There's definitely Machamp highlights up there. I want an Executor and a Froakie, please. You know, can't always get what you want. Losing our egg there is really unfortunate. Get another Froakie. You know, it's actually kind of funny with the line I need to take here. We actually lose to them having Frogadair next turn. Because Frogadair could switch in and clear my Mew. Alright, everybody clinch. Everybody clinch. Missed it by this much. Sedge. Need to fade that Mew pop shot unsuccessfully. What would you think of a card that makes you more likely to flip heads that turn? I think that type of card would be one that would have way too many conspiracy theories around it, and I hope it never exists. Right, we have Greninja on curve here, which will be pretty good into the average Drudagon deck. Start putting up some damages into their back line. See if they're magic carping here or not. They are, in fact. They Pokeballed twice and only played one of them, eh? I think I'm just supposed to take it slow and steady and build up the Mew. If I mark 40 damage on the Magikarp, the Mew with Genome cleans it out after it comes up, so even if they have the Gyarados, we just like make sure it can't clean us out, we'll be okay. Alright, so let's put them to 3 energy this turn. I think that means with Leaf we're probably dead. Not if I draw another basic. Can we draw another basic here? Oh, that's super frustrating. Hopefully they just don't have one of their 2 copies of Leaf. If I would have had another basic, I could have retreated the Greninja back, but the problem here now is that if they have Leaf, because they hit heads on Misty, they get to put this up and clear their Greninja, and then my Mew can't clear this yet. Our saving grace here, if they have the Leaf, is we need their Gyarados to take away its own energy, and then we also need my Mew to take away its energy. Okay, so we need them to hit the 66%er on their Rampaging Whirlpool to clear their own energy, and then I need them to, I need to hit the 50-50 to clear their energy again. Is our way to win here. For the first tournament I intend to run, our round timer will be more aggressive than some of these other community tournaments. I think the round timer is a little bit too long overall. I think we'll probably do like a 30-minute round timer with like a 2-minute check-in. How do you figure 66% there? They had 4 energy and I had 2. All right, so now it's 50-50. There's 6 energy. Can we get rid of one of theirs? Unlucky. Sedge. And we only needed this variance because they both hit heads on a Misty and I didn't have another basic. So if I would have just had another basic Pokemon here, we would have been able to retreat that Greninja, and then we wouldn't have needed any of that variance to go our way. But because we bricked on the basic and they hit on the Misty, we needed two things to break our way, and they did not. All right, we're 3 minutes over time for the round, so I don't think I'm gonna queue another match. I mean, for what it's worth, it's speculation that it looks at the energies individually. The Dina/Pokemon Pocket team doesn't really communicate with players or answer rules clarifications like that. But based on how the card reads, I would assume every energy is equally likely to be taken. All right, we're 2-1 in our tournament with this pile of cards. Waiting for round 3 here to pop shortly, hopefully. 4 minutes over with 1 match still outstanding. Should be enough video footage of Gyarados to verify that is how it works. That's not remotely how verifying things like that works at all. Yeah, this takes but a fun mix of things. It's nice. The nicest thing about Aerodactyl is that it's a solid Pokemon that doesn't dilute your starting basic pool, so you're like super likely to lead on Execute in this build, and your Pokeballs are super likely to help you find Hitmonlee, so you get a lot of consistency on that open while still having plenty of basics all around. We will definitely have a no soliciting for trades inside of live stream chats rule here when trading goes live. We'll have a dedicated channel in the Discord server for it, but I definitely do not want the live chats to just be constant people asking for trades. Oh, we paired into Charizard again. I think this matchup's pretty hard for us. This one's Charizard Arcanine specifically. We took 1 game off them in the first round, but the other 2 felt pretty hard. We'll see how this goes. Well, this could be that. Could be the end of our run. A little sad the Charizard decks are picking up in popularity again. Their gameplay is so linear and dry. Although I guess the Arcanine maybe makes it a little bit less so. I haven't played a ton against the Charizard Arcanine builds. Maybe they're more interesting to play into. Let's see this round. Is Potion better than X-Speed for this deck? Well, I obviously felt it was better, and that's why I'm playing it. No card is going to be strictly better all the time, though. But having more sustainability for your executes goes a long way. We're going second, but we have our eggs and a grass energy, so hard to be too upset with that. But it has 1 Sabrina, 1 X-Speed, 2 Leaf as their utility cards here. One of the appealing things about playing this card is that even when your matchups can be a little bit on the more difficult side, you can still just like randomly win them by flipping a bunch of heads, which is nice. It's actually interesting. Leaf plus Charmander lets them clear the Execute here, which would be pretty bad for us, yeah? it, so that's nice. I agree. I think all the comments about reworking a card like Misty are very silly, and there's basically a 0% chance card reworks happen in Pokemon Pocket. Especially when, from a just pure game balance perspective, Misty seems to be a pretty balanced card, even if it creates games that are kind of dry. Alright, first heads here means that if they don't switch out to an Arcanine this turn, we can threaten to get lethal on the bird next turn. Now, I 0% expect that we'll have any card balance changes in this game. I assume that the cards are just going to be what they are until they get power crept. Yeah, I agree, Johnny. Misty is a bad design, but it's perfectly balanced. Agree, unfortunately. Hey, that fighting energy is lovely, because it means Aerodactyl threatens to clear this next turn if we hit a heads. Oh, actually, we don't even need a heads, right? Because they'll do 20 to themselves. Is it crazy to Erica the Executor so that way it doesn't die to Charmander? The Ericas aren't really doing anything anyways, right? So might as well. Card's so mediocre in this matchup, I can use it in a low value opportunity, especially when I have another one in hand. Right, so they pick up 2 knockout points here. Then we're going to pick up 2 on the backswing. Sabrina could potentially be game-winning here. Yes, Aerodactyl, meaning they can't put Charmeleon up and evolve it, is super relevant from this spot. They know we're not playing Giovanni, so they can put this Charmeleon up and not be too worried about it. But they also can't evolve out of this spot. They're through their 1 copy of X Speed, but they have 2 copies of Leaf and 1 Sabrina for utility here. Feels like we're in an okay spot. Our opponent had something happen here. Sometimes life comes up, chat. This is the tournament round, but you know. Sometimes your toddler knocks over your drink, or your pizza is ready, or your doorbell rings, and you gotta step away for a second. I think we were going to win this game regardless, but feels a little bad to get it this way. Asking them if they need a minute. We have 28 minutes to play 2 more games potentially. So we need a second for real life. It's not a big deal. The Big Fudge, thanks for the over 4 years. Welcome back. That was game 1, yeah, so we're up at game now. If Umbreon and Espeon have attacks that need mostly colorless energy, we're gonna have a lot of sweet 2-color EV decks in the next set, if those happen. And obviously it's gonna be a Johto set, so they're gonna happen, Cope. My opponent hasn't responded to me, but they were searching. All right, weird. Okay. Ember clearing executed one is actually kind of crazy. We actually just lost this game on the spot, yeah. this matchup must be bad for us with this dynamic. Let's see if they catch it. Not me. All right, well, you know. That's the way the cookie crumbles. It's a shame we didn't hit the 50% to draw the Hitmonlee, because then I would have leafed back to the Hitmonlee. But we'll do this at least. This interaction is so busted. That's so strong. All right, I want to draw EX Executor, and I need a Grass Energy underneath this. What we need to have happen here. Oh, all right, well, we got half our wish, I suppose. And now I just don't have any EX Executors this game, right? Because my other egg got scrambled. Oh my god, and they have the freaking X speed too. What an insane opener for the opponent. All right, we need to hit like Aerodactyl into whatever else right away, but Man, we are torched. What a brutal start. Beat me to it, Cody. That's a nice pickup. Our only other draw on the deck that was better than this would have been Professor's Research into this plus Aerodactyl. They only have one more leaf in their deck, so realistically they're going to need to put another energy on this to pull it out. Gosh, if this had been EX Executor, we would have had such a real shot this game. That's so sad that we broke down that. They don't have another Sabrina. If I draw my one potion next turn, they can't Growlithe clear this, and we might be okay. How that works? I already used my Sabrina. What's the counting back and forth look like here? They go first energy, clear me. I knock out the Arcanine. They go second energy. Yeah, I think they start building the Growlithe, then we just need to draw the potion next turn. We're dead to weakness. This is only a base Executor. They're only getting a second knockout point. For everybody that's like, you're dead, they have 1 point. This is their second point. Issue some 24-hour timeouts on the YouTube side for people that are aggressively wrong. Okay, we just need a potion. We just need a potion. I have 2 research in my deck too. That can find us our 1 potion. Damn. So close. The fact that they got that first one for free, and then we didn't have EX Executor, sucks. GG's opponent. Seems like a really tough matchup for us. Their maneuvering at the start was really fortunate. They had the Leaf into the X speed into the Charmander open. And then we were still 50% at the end, right? Like, even, it's hard to know how bad that matchup really is, right? Because it feels like everything went right for my opponent that game at the very start, and we still, if we would have had the potion, we would have been fine. People, again, and this is something I have to repeat way too often because people are way too results focused. Like, think about how many things broke well for the opponent, and then we still had an out there at the end for it to work out okay for us. Yeah, I think exactly what Alex said is good. I think it really depends on the opening hands. I would expect to be the case. Like, I know we're 0-2 in the Charizard matchup here, but both of the sets had a lot of like, okay, if this like one extra thing breaks our way, we're in a fine spot. Which makes me think, even if we're not favored, it's probably a game where we're close and have play to it. All right, we are dead in the tournament at 2-2, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. We've been live for 5.5 hours as we headed up. Usually people dip once the tournament gameplay is done, so metrics are gonna fall off. I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. We'll be back to do a nice full day again tomorrow, and we'll be playing another tournament tomorrow afternoon. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Monday wherever you're at, and hopefully we'll see you around again in the morning. If you didn't catch it already, we had two great videos go up over the weekend. The meta report happened, and then the off-meta decks went up this morning. Check those out on the Hooglandia Pocket side. I'll catch you on the flip side, gamers.